Call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, April Fool's Day, 2025, and it is 10:04 a.m. We are in person at Rebecca Hall, a snowy Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, and we are also hybrid online. First order of business is the call to order, and starting to my right.
Ellen 11.
Geneva Shawnett.
Ian P.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico. And then agenda item number 1 is executive session. We have 3 items on the executive session. Town manager evaluation for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado Revised Statute CRS Section 24-64024FI and Section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. Item 1B, gondola fee, Telluride Ski Resort lift ticket tax for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-64024E and Section 4.6C of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. And 1C, open space, executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under Colorado Revised Statutes Section 24-6-4024A and Section 4.6.A of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Moved. Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Ian. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Ian, yes. Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. We will go into executive session. 11:03 a.m. The executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were
Ian Fee. Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
Kevin Geiger.
Joey Danell.
Ellen 11.
Geneva Shonnet.
and myself, Teddy Erico. For the record, if any persons who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick. I just wanted to clarify for the record that I was not in on agenda item 1A of the executive session.
Okay.
And Lance McDonald did join town council on agenda item 1C.
Great. Joey Denal was a partial participant on 1A.
Right.
Thank you for that. So seeing that, we'll return to the big room, obviously, and agenda item number 2, council direction 2A, direction from the town council to town staff regarding open space from the April 1st, 2025 executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-6-4024A and section 4.6.A of the Telluride Home Rule Charter.
I can make a motion for that.
Okay.
I move to direct the town manager to draft a letter to United States Senator Bennett for ratification at the April 29th, 2025 town council meeting, expressing the town of Telluride's interest in acquiring the federally owned property locally referred to as the Wedge for public open space purposes.
We have a motion from Geneva and a second from Mian. Any further discussion from council? And Kevin, council direction's kind of new. Does that have to go to public comment or can we vote?
You don't have to take public comment. You certainly always can if you would like.
Okay. I'm okay with not taking public comment on this. It's just, we're just discussing the Wedge property along the valley floor and, trying to figure out some options for a potential acquisition, and that's why we're here. So seeing that, we have a motion from Geneva, a second from Mian. Geneva, how do you vote?
Geneva, yes.
Mian, yes. Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Petty, yes. The council direction is approved unanimously. That brings us to item number 3, work sessions, 3A, update from Telluride Ski and Golf and Chuck Horning. Mr. Horning is not with us today. He chose to decline the invitation, and we thought he was coming, but he has advised us that he is not going to be in the room and not going to be online. I do not know if any representatives from TSG are in the room or online. Hopefully they are. But so what we decided to do is, in some discussion with TSG and discussion with town manager Zoe Denal and me and Fee Mayor Pro Tem, we are going to discuss some guiding questions for Chuck Horning. We're disappointed that he chose not to be here today to give us an update on the ski resort and hopefully answer some hard questions. And so we are going to discuss a list of questions that we will present to the Ski and Golf Company in hopes of getting answers in pretty short order. How we're going to run this hour-long work session will be toward the end. We will encourage public comment. We're going to limit public comment to 2 minutes. And if you're here in the room for public comment, Tiffany will circulate or has circulated a list for you to sign up, and we're happy to call on you to speak. And we will also do the same thing if anyone is online that wants to speak. We will discuss 3 guiding questions for this discussion and have a council discussion per each of the 3 sections. Does council have any questions before I proceed?
Nope.
Okay. So seeing that, we will go through our guiding questions right now.
And Teddy, I'll just make note that I will be taking notes and make sure that this is relayed to Mr. Horning and the ski resort. So anything that council has additive to those questions or the public, we will make sure that the ski resort receives those.
Excellent. And we can discuss outside of council timing for a response and any other details, but that's great. So moving forward, guiding questions for Chuck Horning and the Telluride Ski Resort. Number one is commitment to collaboration and shared vision. And what it means is this section of questions focuses on the importance of reliability, transparency, and shared responsibility in the relationship between Telluride Ski and Golf and the town of Telluride. The town has experienced multiple instances where agreements or commitments, whether financial, operational, or event-related, have been delayed or withdrawn, creating uncertainty and strain on public resources. Question one, and this is for council to discuss. How does Telluride Ski and Golf plan to strengthen its ability to consistently follow through on regional agreements and partnerships? And with that question one, I'd like to go through these individually. Are we all in agreement with that question? Do we have any changes, further discussion on that?
The one thing I just wanted to kick this off with briefly is I'm really happy we're starting right here. And it's my understanding that Mr. Horny may feel that this forum, our intention, or perhaps specific members, perhaps even myself, that our intention was to attack him, to try and beat up on him, to publicly shame him. I want to say that it is not this council's intention, and it is 100% not my intention to try to shame him or to antagonize our relationship. I want, and I think we all want, to work collaboratively and in a positive manner with the ski company. But that needs to be a conversation, and we need to have trust between our partnerships. And I don't feel like that trust is there. I don't feel like I can trust Mr. Horning's word, and his failure to show up today is the prime example of that. I want to work with the ski company. You are the hub of our economy, sir. So we need you to support our community. And so this collaboration and shared vision, this is our goal, and I'm glad we're starting here. But this is, I feel like I personally have less trust, and I feel like our partnership is as weak as it's ever been in my time in Telluride.
Dan, thank you for that. Any other further comments on question one from council? Great.
Do you want to just read through all 4 questions, and then if we have comments, then we can bring them up? I'm just trying to.
Either way, I mean, it'll be the same time. I kind of like going question by question because they keep us focused. If
Okay.
we decide that there is a further discussion on one, then kind of jumbling them together. That's why
Okay.
I'm doing it this way. Question two, what systems or leadership practices is Telluride Ski and Golf putting in place to ensure greater reliability and accountability in future public-private collaborations? I think that was pretty self-explanatory, especially as we look towards some further discussions with Lift 7. Any other comments from council member on that question?
I think this comment kind of goes to questions 1 and 2. I'm worried that these questions are going to lead into sort of philosophical, theoretical conversations about leadership styles or thinking systems, and what we need are like decision-making, deadlines, and moving on to the next step. So I don't know if there's a way to integrate some sort of more concrete, measurable, like what we need and what the community needs is just sticking to decisions, signing contracts, and moving forward. And I think that we could get to that with these questions, but I just worry that we're going to veer off into that the answers we get back are going to veer off into, philosophical
We know.
dialogue, which is sort of where we've been this whole time.
Well, and it likely will. But I think
I
this
think we have
is
to start
this is the
somewhere.
first start,
Yeah.
first step in that process. And just because you don't necessarily, or we don't love the response that we get, doesn't mean that we cannot continue to respond and continue to clarify so that we get to the place where the community feels as though their needs and concerns are being answered.
Maybe it would make me feel more supportive of some of these questions if we put the term like efficiency in there somewhere. It, requesting more efficiency with negotiations.
So the note I put is we need timely decision-making that meets mutual deadlines and representatives that have authority to make decisions.
Great, I love that.
Yeah, because we just, when we're working with them, we can't have them waste time and drag things out. And we would have loved to been able to ask that question directly today, but we just don't have that opportunity. And so that's, again, very disappointing and a shame. But this is at least a way to do something and try to create some accountability from TSG.
I think that we as a body, we have to put into place maybe some of these systems to ensure that that accountability happens and not asking or relying on the skiing golf company to do that. And so I would just say through our future negotiations that we keep that front of mind, that, we need to be very clear about what our expectations are as representatives of the public. And I think that we have to be the leaders in that realm and not necessarily be looking to Telluride Ski and Golf to help shoulder some of that.
Well, and that, to take that a step further, because that's a great point, is that, whatever any public-private partnership is between the town of Telluride and TSG, it's simple as this. If we put deadlines in place and they choose not to follow them, I mean, obviously it's more complicated because it depends on what issue it is and what potential benefits there might be to the town of Telluride, but you just got to be prepared to walk away. And I think with some of the things we got going on, just so we're all on the same page, just walk away, because time, not being timely will be very detrimental to the things we're trying to accomplish. And they need to understand that and follow their goals and not keep pushing out their own deadlines and ignoring what we have seen with us, with certainly the town of Mountain Village, and other commitments in the Telluride region. So we just got to be prepared to walk from them in that circumstance.
Well, and I wonder if, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I wonder if question 4, helps us get to a point of ongoing conversations with them instead of it just being a issue by issue follow-up. If we're having this sort of constant ongoing check-in conversation with them, if that can help get us towards some accountability, because I feel like that's the issue, is they really don't see any consequences from their lack of follow-through like we do, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
But so I think it's an accountability problem.
And we will continue to invite them, as we have in the past, to our meetings and try to, welcome them to come here and be a part of our community. I mean, our council meetings are a big part of our community and who we are, and we want them to contribute and be held somewhat accountable. Dan?
And to tail somewhat off of Elena's comments, and to connect it to my earlier comments, I think we all agreed that the collaborative version of this relationship is the preferable one. But if we do not have a willing partner, and if for example, they are backing out of PPPs or other MOUs or other agreements we've had with them, then I believe there is an obligation that we explore what levers we can pull. We, of course, all recognize this is a private company and there's only so much we can impose on them. But of course, a municipal government does have authority to craft rules and regulations that if we do not feel that our region's largest business is adequately covering the impacts that it has on our community, both positive and negative, then we should perhaps explore what options we as a municipal government have. I
Great.
don't think that's our conversation today, but that is a note, I think, in the not too distant future, if we cannot find a collaborative way forward.
And I think that leads us to question 3, because, we're always in any of our discussions with anybody, open to ideas to make us more collaborative. And so question 3 is, how does TSG envision its relationship with local governments evolving over the next 3 to 5 years? And what commitments is it willing to make to ensure shared progress on critical community goals? You know, we might want to add, instead of evolving, even similar word, but changing, because it needs to be better. That's for sure. Any other comments from council on question 3? And question 4, would Telluride Ski and Golf be open to establishing a consistent, transparent forum, such as quarterly public updates or joint planning sessions, to facilitate ongoing dialogue and alignment with the community? And that just kind of follows all along as well. Any other comments on that?
I'll just comment that TSG has twice a year, provided updates for us traditionally, and that had been Mr. Horning's son, Chad, who is not here today as well. I would love to continue that tradition, and I think that has been a positive, has had a positive impact on the relationship between the town of Telluride and TSG. So would love to see a representative from the ski resort continue to provide a consistent update and some sort of public forum, as has been done up until now.
Great. Thanks for that, Dan. I mean, and my goal in a lot of this and working with them is trying to make sure they don't waste our time, because that seems to happen. We've got better things to do than waste time. That's for sure. Any other questions from council on these first 4 questions?
I'm just going to kind of summarize this really quickly, just so for anybody with TSG that's listening, why this actually does matter as much as it does to the town. But it goes without saying that in this region, like the current councils and commissioners in Mountain Village and San Miguel County and the town have worked really hard jointly and independently to foster the working relationships in service of the ultimate goal that we have, which is transparent and stable leadership that this community both deserves and demands. And as a small municipality with limited capacity, Telluride depends on predictable, trustworthy partnerships with all of their major stakeholders, especially TSG. And so when commitments fall through, it shifts the burden to the town and then ultimately to the taxpayers. Strengthening this relationship is going to require a clear understanding of Telski's willingness to engage consistently and proactively in long-term mutual beneficial collaboration. And so we're asking Telski decision makers to join us at each meeting and in every pertinent municipal and regional conversation so that we can all work together consistently in commitment to the greater good for this area.
Thank you for that, man. That will bring us to number 2, and that is strategic leadership and organizational direction. What does that mean? And it means that, how is Telluride Ski and Golf structured at the executive and decision-making level, and how those decisions impact tourism, functionality of the resort, and whether or not it has the leadership in place to support its operational needs and all the responsibilities to not only us in the room as the town of Telluride, but the town of Mountain Village, San Miguel County, and all across the region. And this addresses the visibility and continuity of leadership and the direction and where ultimately TSG is headed.
This again, why this matters to the town. A well-led, transparent, and engaged partner is essential to navigating the complex regional challenges from infrastructure planning and to community engagement. The town needs to know who at TSG is making those decisions and how those decisions are guided, and whether the organization is stable enough to collaborate effectively across our long-term initiatives. Together, the town, village, and county are committed to over hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure projects, including the gondola, the wastewater treatment facility, deed-restricted housing initiatives, and more. And we need to know that we have a partner that is going to be there in those conversations to support our community throughout that process.
And then with that, we have 2 questions, and they are a little similar. So I think combining these 2 is prudent. And asking them this question, which is, can you share the current leadership structure at TSG I think it's important for us to know how you're being operated and how key strategic decisions such as long-term planning, capital investments, and government relations are being managed. And then is there a vision for building a more stable and permanent executive leadership team, including a CEO, to support all of that long-term vision and execution? Any comments from council on those two questions or overall strategic leadership and organizational direction?
Yes, I'll just briefly comment. If I had one goal in going into this meeting today was to strongly encourage Mr. Horning to hire a new CEO. I think from there, so many others of these problems, if not can come to a solution, we can at least work together and find common ground and get somewhere. It feels like so many of these things stall because there is just a lack of anybody with decision-making authority besides Mr. Chuck Horning. And as we've all discussed, it feels like there's inconsistency there and unreliability currently. And so I, again, want the ski company to succeed. I know Mr. Horning also wants the ski company to succeed. I feel like a strong leadership that is lacking currently, in my opinion, would help the community, myself, the local governments all feel a great higher degree of confidence that the ski company will continue to succeed here in what is a challenging time, both economically generally and for ski towns specifically. And we need strong leadership. So Mr. Horning, if there is one request I have of you today, hire a CEO.
Dan, thanks for that. And, we all remember, 3 previous CEOs, different leadership styles from Dave Riley, Greg Pack, and Bill Jensen, but at least you knew who to talk to. Decisions were being made and trusted with those 3 specifically. And it was just more efficient. Each had their own vision for what they thought the Telluride Ski Resort would be under their leadership and working with Mr. Horning. But it was nice to have the opportunity when you needed to get something done to directly call one of those 3. And it'd be nice to have that position filled, in my humble opinion. Any other comments on this? Ashley, you have a hand up?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just going to echo what you guys are saying, but the reality is that pretty much every large organization follows a similar structure. We have CEOs, CFOs, COOs, and there's a reason why that structure works and why so many successful businesses model that. And I think that we right now are seeing how not having those kind of structures and accountability with leadership is detrimental to a large business that has a lot of operational needs. We as a community, rely heavily on this single business. It's not the case for a lot of other communities, and it's not the case for a lot of other businesses in our community. And so this lack of, strategic leadership, organization within this company is something that filters down to all of us and directly affects us all in different ways, whether it's, our own businesses or employment, just livability of the town or just enjoyment of the town as a tourist. All of that, all of these things get filtered down to everyone else. And I think that that's why, we as community leaders are particularly concerned with how this organization and company is being run, because it isn't something that can stand alone on itself and not affect all of us in really meaningful ways. And so the lack of leadership or the lack of a leadership structure is, I think, now starting to really rear its head and affect us in really meaningful ways. And I think that it's something that I would hope Mr. Horning would take seriously, and find that, there is power in, having strong leadership and having this type of structure that pretty much every other corporation utilizes.
And I want to make it clear that maybe not everyone in this room and online, but the majority of us are here originally because of the ski resort. And that is a very important economic engine for us and essential to our survival, plain and simple, from our Main Street businesses to our fun factor to so many different things. And before we, get into the next section, I do want to state that we and I realize the efforts being put through by the staff at the Telluride Ski and Golf Company. And when you think about how they're operating the ski resort and doing the best they can, from ski patrol to ski school, bon vivant, groomers, lift ops, I want to make sure it's very clear that these questions, these challenges that we will pose to Telluride Ski and Golf are not a criticism of the people who are making sure we function on a daily basis and often do it with a smile.
I just want to like follow up on that because an event that I think of a lot in the context of these questions is something where, you know, the lack of oversight and the lack of management can cause unsafe conditions for our skiers and the employees at the ski resort. And I think about the mudslide at Chair 7 and how that could have potentially been a fatal accident and that I like could have been avoided. And I think these missing pieces in the structure of how the ski resort manages the land and manages the resources and manages just their employees who are doing their job, it can cause unsafe situations for everyone involved. And so I think this is more than just, you know, we want you answering our emails in a timely manner and whatever. There is like a real underlying safety concern with the nature of what the ski resort's business is. So making sure that it's being operated and like the upkeep is happening and the oversight's happening, it's to keep everyone safe. It's more than just like, we want to hear back from you and we want better lines of communication. There's like a bigger concern for me.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. You know, it was brought up by Paul Weiser at a past Mountain Village council meeting and referencing Bill Jensen about a few key tenets to operating a ski resort, and what we need out of the ski resort or any ski resort. And I'll embellish on those a little bit. And I look at how you treat your staff as a key component, and are you staffing appropriately as another key component. In addition to that, you certainly have to pay attention and maintain and improve your existing capital infrastructure. You need to add new capital infrastructure, also key points of running a ski resort. And then I'd also like to think that as the largest employer in the region, that you would take a role in affordable housing and house the people that you use to run your ski resort. And lastly, somewhat philanthropic, be a part of your community. And so, you know, holistically, I think those are some of the things that we as a group and we as the town of Telluride must, you know, kind of demand, to make sure we can function. Any other questions or comments from council on the number 2 segment? Okay, that brings us to item number 3, which I touched upon briefly: investment in the community and regional sustainability. What it means. This section probes TSG's approach to investing not just in its resort operations, but in the broader regional community it relies on, including housing, commercial vibrancy, and economic equity. It also touches on long vacant assets and deferred maintenance that could otherwise contribute to a thriving local economy. And with that, we have 3 questions. As a major economic driver in the region, how does Telluride Ski and Golf define its responsibility in supporting foundational community needs such as workforce housing, regional mobility, and year-round economic vitality? Is there any further discussion with council on that question that we will pose to TSG? Then question 8, what is TSG's strategy for activating underutilized assets, such as long vacant commercial spaces, and addressing deferred maintenance across its properties to better support a vibrant, functional, and welcoming environment? Any further discussion from council on that question we will pose? And then lastly, for this section, how is TSG approaching the balance between high visibility, guest-facing capital investments, and the behind-the-scenes infrastructure and services that directly support local residents and workforce sustainability?
I think For all these questions, I'd like to just see a little bit more specificity. So, beyond definitions, beyond strategies, what the specific steps and plans are, to be the major economic driver, how they are going to be taking those steps and what they are doing for workforce housing, for regional mobility, for the economic vitality of the region. Same thing for how they plan to fill the vacant commercial spaces that are in Mountain Village or here in the town of Telluride. Same thing, what specific guest-facing capital investments and infrastructure plans they have, in the near future and also in the long term.
Great, and thank you. Any other comments,
And I-
Ashley?
Yeah, I think that the specificity, what Mian is asking for is crucial. I also think that, question 9 talks about local residents and workforce sustainability. I mean, the reality is it's ultimately their workforce sustainability in a large way. They're the largest employer in the region. They employ a lot of, people that are here just on a seasonal basis that puts strain on our needs for workforce housing. And so it's not even that it's beyond just, to our community. It's really how are they supporting their own business to make sure that their business is able to function and run appropriately without needing to lean on and put pressure on the rest of the community. So I would just conclude that.
Sorry, and just to add, that pressure on the community means that taxpayer dollars need to be utilized to pick up the slack that should be the responsibility of the ski resort. And that's a lot of what this is about for me.
Well, and I just want to call this out as well. Like, I think the big kind of question that I have relating to all of these is why should we continue to try and collaborate with the ski resort on new projects, new hotels, new restaurants, if I don't feel confident that they can manage the ones that they have and keep the plumbing working and all the issues that they have in their currently existing commercial spaces and businesses, why it doesn't leave a lot of confidence in them as development partners on some of the projects we've talked about. And so I think I just want to call it out really plainly that that's my big concern and why I think we need answers to these questions.
Yeah, and we all know of specific examples on the mountain currently where we just don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice to know. I mean, little transparency go a long way.
Yeah, and addressing the deferred maintenance part is, I think, really big. Elena talked about safety. And I think that, I know that our, operations, lift maintenance, they are the best in the, world and they know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, if you have equipment that is old and has been worn, even the best maintenance techs can't prevent failure on things like that. And I get very concerned when I see aging infrastructure that doesn't seem like there is a plan for replacement or doesn't seem like there's any plan for upkeep or maintenance. And the perception from my view is that we'll just wait till something catastrophic happens or we have to or something like that, that it's not thinking about safety, it's not thinking about guest experience, it's not being preemptive, which again, because of the visibility and the gravity that the ski resort has in our community would then directly affect every other business and every other individual in this community. If our, community asset of the ski resort was started to look at as something that was failing or was not safe and resulted in people choosing not to come here to see all of us.
Yeah, or get hurt. Any other comments on this section?
I'm just going to wrap it up again, just by saying again, for clarity, why this matters as much as it does to the town. And Telluride is a resort destination. It's a year-round community with real infrastructure, housing, and service demands. And so when TSG underinvests in the surrounding area, the town, county, Mountain Village have to compensate. We stretch our public resources and it undermines the regional sustainability that we have. Our residents' tax dollars should be spent on traditional municipal infrastructure support, while our business communities should be focusing on the infrastructure that serves both their workforce and their guest experience. we should be jointly investing in common projects so that the entire community at large benefits. And with these questions, our council is seeking clarity on how Telski sees its role in supporting these systems and in making both the resort experience and our community at large work together. Just to be clear.
Great. Thank you, man. We got one more topic to hit before we open up to any public comment. And that is item number 4, infrastructure reliability and risk management. And yeah, and obviously we've been touching upon that all throughout. And what does that mean? And that means the focus is on physical and environmental systems, from lift reliability to climate adaptation and emergency readiness, and questions how Telluride Ski and Golf plans, maintains, and modernizes critical infrastructure and how it mitigates the risks that come with running a large, complex mountain resort. And with that, how is Telluride Ski and Golf approaching the long-term infrastructure planning and reinvestment, particularly in response to lift reliability issues and critical systems failures? And what is their strategy for managing environmental and operational risks, such as the water use, the snowmaking, that aforementioned lift reliability, and climate variability, which we all see each and every year? And how are they developing contingency plans to ensure we can have the continuity as operation as a ski resort and have a minimal impact on our broader community systems and especially the economy? Any comments or questions from council on this topic?
I mean, I'll jump in with why this matters. You know, when resort systems fail, like our chairlifts during peak holiday dates or water pumps that are requiring potable water backups, the ripple effects are felt clear across the community, from visitor satisfaction to emergency resource deployment. Beyond the immediate effects our guests and residents feel as these incidents occur, they jeopardize the long-term success and stability of our economy and our visitation, and therefore this entire community. So the town needs assurance that TSG is thinking long-term, that they are investing in the resilience and they're partnering with us and with the village and the county in solutions that reduce the strain on our shared systems.
Great. Thank you, Mian. Any further comments from council before we open up to commentary? Geneva?
Yeah, I just want to convey the sentiment that I think with all of this stuff, actions speak louder than words. And, you know, we've had quite a bit of discussion, and I think a lot of people have been discussing these issues or concerns in the community, and we're finally bringing this up at a public meeting at the town of Mountain Village, at the town of Telluride council meetings. And I've always been a person who wants us to move faster when we decide that we want to do something. But government is not built to move quickly. We're built to have lots of checks and balances and 2 readings of ordinances and all these things. But a private company like TSG does not have those challenges, and they should be able to be nimble with making decisions, taking action on things. And so I just look forward to seeing how this new conversation can be integrated into action that the community can see. And I think that applies to every question that we've asked. I don't know if there's a way to integrate that really. I just wanted to say it out loud, that, you know, we want action, and I think the community wants action on all these issues, not just more meetings to talk about what the plan is.
Well, and I think to your point, nimble is sort of the name of the game here. And if these are all questions that my hope is that there are already answers to, and the public and the councils have just not been made privy to that information. And so I would expect that we could and should be able to see responses within 2 weeks.
Hopefully.
And I think that we should set that as a goal, that we would get that response in that time period.
And I just want to say, like, I hope that it is a conversation, because right now it feels like we're just in our little echo chamber in this room because we don't have anyone to talk to. In my time on council, there's been several meetings where Chuck Horning was supposed to be there and he never has, and I've still never seen the man in the flesh. And that to me is wild. I have seen his picture on Instagram, and that's like about the most interaction I've ever had with him. And that's really disappointing, because I want to be able to talk to him and to hear what he has to say, or someone who's his representative. I would also, if he doesn't want to be here, hire someone to have that conversation with us. But right now we're talking to ourselves. And I think that's the big point that I want to kind of make to round out this segment of our meeting.
And it's not only hiring, it is also empowering that person to make decisions for you if you choose not to be in the room. That's hugely important because we have seen certain individuals get hired and not have authority, and adds to the time wasting. Any other comments
let the
from
public
council?
Have some time.
All right, I know we have, we're going to make you step up to the microphone. If you're in the room, we will alternate taking a handful of comments in the room and alternating with online to try to be as fair as possible. And try to limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. We're expecting a lot of comments. If you're repetitive, that's okay. Just try to be concise with that, because we are taking your comment seriously, and that could shape how we finalize the list of questions for Chuck, and how we move forward with that. Look,
And I just wanted to note, and I don't know, Tiff, you can throw it back up at some point, but we do have a QR code and a link for any comment. So if anyone doesn't feel like they want to get up and speak, but still want to provide comment that will be shared with the resort, we will put that back up on the screen. Great.
And I'd request that all the responses from that be public so that everybody feels not just like we got to read them, but that they're available
We can definitely do that.
after we're done collecting feedback.
Okay.
and I also recognize some people don't like speaking in public, or their thoughts don't come across as well. So that gives you another opportunity to refine your comments for us and for your community, and also allows you to be far more detailed in that forum. So we will start with public comment. We will start with public comment. Keep in mind, as Meehan pointed out to me, we will not tolerate any personal attacks on anybody today. And that would be appreciated if we didn't do that. But we will go to public comment. We have Paul Weiser standing there patiently. I'll make you reintroduce yourself, and thank you for attending the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Paul Weiser, Town of Mountain Village, Town Manager. I appreciate your time today, and I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. First, I want to thank Ashley for her excellent words in saying that there is power in leadership. That is not only true in what the ski company is lacking at the moment, but in what you guys are doing here today. And I want to thank you for creating this forum and creating space for this discussion, which is incredibly important for our community. Mountain Village as a community and a town council and its organization is really grateful that you guys have done this today. I think this is a really important step forward. Some of our council members were coming down here and had some issues on Lawson Hill. They have flipped around, but they are online. And they are 100% in support of what you are doing. And the leadership that you're showing today is not only important for creating room for this discussion, but you are speaking for any number of people in this community who are afraid to speak out. They are afraid of retribution from the ski company if they voice the very concerns that you guys are setting forth today. So thank you for being their voice. I can go on all the issues that you've touched on. I'm not going to, but I will say that accountability is a really important part of this discussion. I know that the town of Mountain Village, myself personally, has reached out to Chuck Horning on multiple occasions in the last several days, asking for direction or telling us who we can talk to move things forward that are vital to our community. And we have had zero response. And so I very much hope that you guys are able to get something more than what we have had to date. You know, I feel like it doesn't have to be said, but I do feel like I need to say it. It is insane that we are having this conversation today. We shouldn't be having this discussion. I have far better things to be doing. Zoe and I should be talking to each other about any number of things that affect this community. Got it.
I'll let you wrap up.
and the ski resort. And, some people from the outside ask me, Paul, are you overreacting? No one from the inside this community asked me if I'm overreacting because they all understand the severity of the situation that we are facing. And when people from the outside then get a general idea of what's going on, they think that this is truly insane. My understanding is that Chuck is not here. Once again, Chuck is not here because he's too busy running the resort. Being here today is the most important job of running the resort. And the fact that you guys are holding this meeting is the most important thing that is happening in this community today, both for the people who live here, the people who work on the mountain, and the one individual who's making money off of all of it.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next on the sign-in sheet is Siobhan Lavender. Please step up to the microphone.
Hello, thank you so much for having this discussion, and thank you to all the people who showed up. I think this is a real evidence of the community's caring about this topic. I'm speaking today on behalf of Eco Action Partners. I'm the development director over there, and we would like the TSG to know that we're really concerned about the longevity of the ski resort due to climate change. And we have a climate action plan. It has been formally adopted by the town of Mountain Village, the town of Telluride, and San Miguel County. It has multiple action steps that can be taken. We are here and we are eager to work with TSG to enact some of those measures and preserve our winters and preserve this way of life. And so we have reached out multiple times to TSG, and like we've heard many times here before, we have not had responses and not had a point of contact. So my real ask today is to invite Telluride Ski and Golf to a partnership, and we would like to get a contact person from TSG that we can reach out to about climate issues and really about the longevity of this ski resort and the longevity of our community here. There's lots of things that can be done. We want to do them. There's wonderful examples from Aspen Snowmass, even from Vail. There's a really great roadmap that we have ready to go. And so we are eager to hear from them. And I'm sure all of our community would agree that we want our winters to keep going. We want the ski resort to keep going. And we want to support both the company and the town in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Also on the sign-in sheet, Tammy Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. I am here as a resident of the town. I live in Cimarron. Also here as a member of the Chair 7 Community Coalition, which has been involved in trying to stay active part of this Chair 7 planning project that we have going on. There's supposed to be a big stakeholder meeting day after tomorrow that has to do with that development. Part of it is the Telski's intention to change the zoning in what is currently open space, build a 200-key hotel plus some other commercial buildings on that land at the base of Chair 7. And frankly, we as a coalition don't think that that's necessary for the town to move forward with its plans for affordable housing in the area to house more people who work in Telluride. We're supportive of those plans. We don't think the zoning in that area needs to be changed. I'm not sure that a 200-key hotel is good for either the ski area or the town at the moment. We need more affordable housing, not more empty hotel rooms, frankly. And so we would encourage the town to move forward, look at considering its options with the zoning in place, leaving the open space as is. A safer chair there is necessary, but that's going to come along as part of the Forest Service lease. I don't think that Chair 7 can go on as it is forever, regardless. So I think the town can proceed without touching the zoning and without worrying about Telski's supposed hotel plans. So that's our position. And if there's a survey online, excuse me, if anyone's interested in taking, you can email info@c7cc.org for more information. She'll send you a link to the survey. So far, I think we have about 100 responses, and 80% of them are in favor of leaving zoning as is and proceeding with the town's plans, but not necessarily with the hotel. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Tiffany, why don't we mix it up and take a couple comments online before we get back to the room?
I'm muting Luke Widener. Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, Luke Widener here. I work for TSG, but I am not speaking as a representative of TSG. I find, you know what, I actually agree with Mr. Weiser that I find it insane that this conversation is happening. Um, it seems just bizarre to me that this body feels it is not only their duty, but their right to micromanage the operations of a privately held business within its community. Just because Telsky is arguably the most important business in the community does not give this body any additional rights to oversee its operations or to force the owner's hand should it not be run in the way this body would like it to be run. Um, yeah, I mean, my thought would be if you have passion for making TSG a better company, we have something like 41 open positions within the company that we are hiring for right now. Would encourage you to apply for one of those positions and come join our team and actually work within the company to make the company a better place. Um, Mr. Enright mentioned that he feels Chuck should hire a CEO. I wonder if Mr. Enright also feels like he should be a part of the interview process for said position, because another member of this body mentioned that, you know, it wasn't just a matter of hiring a CEO, should that CEO not run the company in the way that council wants it to be run. So I'm appalled by the fact that this conversation is happening. I would agree with Mr. Weiser on that front. And you know, why would anyone expect Mr. Horning to want to work collaboratively with this body when this is how they act?
Great. Thank you for your comment. Tiffany will take another online comment.
Michael Grady.
Michael, you should be unmuted.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. You're a little faint.
Yeah, you might want to speak up a little bit.
How's that?
Perfect.
Better? Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, board members, and staff. Thank you for your time and hard work. My name is Michael Grady. I've been a community member in the region since 07, 08. I currently live in the town of Norwood, which houses a lot of Telluride employees, as you all know. And so quickly, I want to speak to what ski towns like ours can do and have done when the private resorts they host start operating in ways that put the town's economy at risk. I've heard many things spoken today that I have also liked to say, and I applaud this board and the staff for taking the situation seriously. And so that being said, please let my words just serve as a means to reaffirm parts of the conversation that I've heard so far. So right now, Telluride Ski and Golf has near total control over our tourism engine. Their pricing and marketing decisions directly affect who comes here, when they come, and how long they stay. And that's not a partnership as much as it is a power imbalance. And my opinion is that it's harming our regional tourism, local business, and public trust. But we're not powerless. I feel like other ski towns have acted. Vail negotiated housing plans with their resort after community backlash. Park City demanded better workforce protections. Towns in Europe have imposed limitations on tourism saturation. Vermont and Killington even explored jurisdictional alternatives when they felt neglected by higher powers. So in Telluride, I offer a couple of things that I think may be worth looking into.
And I'll let you finish your thoughts. And if we cut you short early, please, not early, we have to cut you short, but please send us a detailed response on the QR code in the survey that we will have out there. But I'll let you finish your thought.
Sure.
No need for a hard cutoff.
So some ideas I had that maybe the town board wants to look at, town attorney wants to look at, zoning and permitting reform, tie future resort expansion into fair economic impact standards, enforce local competition protections, making it harder for one entity to monopolize commerce or control real estate turnover, and codify tourism accountability, set townwide policies that prevent extreme pricing changes from happening without community input or review. This board has the authority to protect Telluride's independence, and I believe that it will. It's small businesses and long-term sustainability. And I urge you guys to act in your powers to do so. And I thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you very, very much. We'll do one more online comment before we return to the room.
Daniel Zemke.
Hi, Daniel Zemke, municipal judge for the town of Telluride, former in-house counsel for Telluride Ski and Golf for 5 years. I applaud town council for taking the steps to put this together, but my biggest concern is you're dealing with a privately held corporation. They have no duty to respond to you other than they are a shared steward, as Mr. Weiser has pointed out in previous comments. So you need to be prepared that this is not going to be addressed. The questions that you've thrown out today, while good, are probably going to be ignored. And I really, really hope that the council takes the position that Councilperson Shawnette said, actions speak louder than words. So I implore the council to be ready to take steps to do some changes that will affect the ski company, because I think we can all agree that the current window ticket price of $245 is a joke. There's no way that people are getting the value of that on that ticket price. So please be ready to take some further actions. I think that's incumbent upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We will return to the room for public comment. Is there anybody in the room that would like to add for public comment? Please step on up to the microphone and state your name and where you live, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Devlin. I live in town of Telluride. I'm the vice president of the Telluride Ski Patrol Local Union Unit 7781. I'm here today speaking on behalf of our local unit. First, I'd like to thank Town Council for hosting this work session and for listening to our comments. Our union body is deeply invested in both the company and the safety of our community. We want to emphasize that guest safety is and has always been our #1 priority. It is our goal to work amicably with the ski area and to reach a solution that is mutually beneficial. We believe it would be in the best interest of Patrol, the community, and the ski area to fill upper management positions at Telluride Ski and Golf. For instance, mountain manager and CEO. We are currently the only ski area in North America operating without a CEO. Our objective is to work in harmony with the company with genuine cooperation. At this time, our department sufficiently meets safety standards through institutional knowledge. We are extremely privileged to have this institutional knowledge despite lack of upper management input. This year alone, we've handled 799 injured guests safely and professionally. Today, we'd like to acknowledge that the lack of management is affecting capital improvements to the ski area. Examples here are employee housing, chairlift restoration or replacement, restaurant reconstruction, snowmaking, and just general agreements with Town of Telluride and Mountain Village. We sincerely and respectfully remind Telluride Ski and Golf that these are our mutual interests. Thanks.
Thanks, Kat.
Kat, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment for the room, but if there are any hands raised online.
Mayor, we have 2 more hands raised. I'm gonna unmute Rick Gomez.
Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. You know, Rick Gomez, council member, Mountain Village Town Council. And my comments are brief. Really, number one, thank you for the town of Telluride for taking the time to really address this issue at hand, as it is one that affects us all. And then secondly, I really just wanted to second and echo the comments made by our town manager. Thank you very much.
Rick, thank you. We appreciate that comment. And one more hand raise, Tiffany.
Now have 3 more.
Okay.
I'm unmuting Michael Martz.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're a little low. You might want to increase your
Okay.
volume a little bit.
Is that better?
So it's a little garbled, but I think we can hear you.
Okay. Well, quickly, I want to thank town council. 20-year resident in Mountain Village. And I agree with the comments that, you know, you have to use your leverage rather than just publicly pose questions to somebody who seems, you know, as a private enterprise solely devoted to real estate development. And like Mountain Village, trying to condemn property for the concerts, I think leverage in terms of, you know, when you have shared agreements like the gondola or the medical center, you need to figure out a way to leverage that. You know, you're not going to be able to continue to sell $10 and $15 million homes, $2 million lots if you don't have transportation and medical care. And I think just being able to exploit the leverages that exist are going to be critical to the long-term success. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tiffany, who's up next?
Muting Michael Zaffler.
Howdy.
Michael, you have a big echo.
Yeah,
You didn't turn the radio off, I think.
Yeah.
I did. That was fun.
For you, mate.
Reminded me of the 70s. I'm impressed that Mr. Mars said essentially the things that I was going to say, and he brought up the word that I was going to emphasize, namely leverage. I think you may have given up most of your leverage by giving Chuck what he wants without asking for much of anything in return. That includes the gondola. That includes the discussions at the bottom of Lift 7. That includes taking care of his transportation problem and his housing problem. So do what you can to figure out where your leverage is and try not to give it away too quickly. And there probably are some more creative solutions that can be devised, which include perhaps even talking to the Forest Service about the contract that's in place with the ski area. But without going into too much detail how that might work, think about it and you might find some solutions there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I think there's one more hand, Tiffany. Great.
I just want to give a very brief statement, and that is to show both my support for the town of Telluride in engaging in this conversation. It is critically important, and I really applaud all of your efforts in creating this opportunity to take our community's testimony on their concerns and their fears about the future, because that is our job as elected officials, right? It's to understand deeply the problems that our community is facing and to try to seek solutions. So I, on a more editorial and personal note, this is an issue that impacts me deeply as someone who has grown up here and someone whose family worked for decades to create the world-class destination that we currently enjoy. And it's heart-wrenching to hear the concerns our community has about that continuing into the future. And I hope that we can move forward in collaboration to find solutions for these problems, because our community truly deserves better. Thank you.
Marty, thank you very much for the heartfelt comments. Tiffany, is that it? Okay, I'm going to close public comment on this item. Please, if you're in the room, online, tell your friends. QR code. We would love to get all the feedback from everybody. We will take it all into consideration as we finalize and shape our questions, concerns, and comments to Telluride Ski and Golf, and start the process of trying to hopefully get some answers of their direction and figure out what our next steps are. On behalf of the town council and staff, I really do sincerely appreciate everybody taking time out of their day today to sit in this room, to listen, to sit in this room and comment, as well as take the time online to do the same thing. So thank you very much for that. Unless there's any further discussion from council on this agenda item, I will close it.
I would just say, if you can't get a hold of the QR code in this moment, or if you're listening on Kodo and you're just getting the audio and no visual, you can email info@telluride-co.gov and submit your feedback that way at any time. And
For
especially right
anything.
now.
Yeah.
And we'll also,
for anything.
we can put out some additional communication around this through our communication channels. So always encourage everyone to sign up for our communication channels, whether it be our Facebook, Instagram, or newsletter. So thank you for that.
Please, thank you.
Yes, please.
Great. Once again, thank you everyone for showing up. And with that, we will break for lunch. We are going to restart the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting, April 1st, April Fool's Day, 2025. It is 1:04 PM. Next item on the agenda, item number 4, public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. And overall public comment limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. I do notice that there are several people in the audience for public comment. And so I will start in the room per the list that you signed in on. And the first person on the list is Mark Rainier.
All right. Hi, y'all. I am Mark Rainier. I'm from Sunnyside, or at least for now. A lot of us here are as well. We're here to address the beginning of the execution of the new housing rules. I think that when most of you, if not all of you, were voted into a town council, the main point was affordable housing. I want to bring it back to the affordability of affordable housing. The 30% basing rent is just too high. You know, the execution of the new policies have shown that every single rent at Sunnyside has gone up. Before the new policies, every single person at Sunnyside was within compliance of the current rules. I know that there was an issue with compliance, over 50%, blah, blah, blah. That did not happen in Sunnyside. It was zero non-compliance in Sunnyside. And now every single new lease that has been signed has gone up. Every single new lease that's on the books right now is higher than it was before. That's also the case in most of Shandoka. I think it's like 50-50 right now per the memo that you guys got from Delaney. We're experiencing, loss of community in the same way that we're talking about Telluride Ski and Golf and attacking them for the effects they're having against our community. This is not community housing. When we have constant instability, when we have, 2 years of people living in Sunnyside, developing friendships, becoming neighbors, becoming community. And then every time you re-sign a lease, you're like, nope, they're gone. Oh, they're gone. Oh, they're gone too. We're going to be gone as well. And that's just not, I don't think that should be the goal for community housing, affordable housing, whatever you want to call it. Putting us at the threshold of economic hardship and then just holding us there. Like literally 30% is the federally accepted threshold for when it stops hurting and starts being untenable. It already hurts when you're at 30%. Literally for my unit, rent can vary. For the exact same unit, no additional amenities, no better finishes, no more plowing of snow. We've had snow plowed one time this whole season. Can be $2,260 for the lowest tier and $6,028 for the highest tier. There's no difference other than how hard I worked, basically, is what that comes down to. The harder you work, the more you pay in rent. Some tiers kind of average about $7,000 a year as you go from tier to tier. So imagine you get a moderate raise, $3,000, $4,000. You could literally see your rent go up more than double what your raise was. And I just think that that's not equitable and not fair, and it doesn't make any sense. There are still empty units in housing that you guys have built. That right there says that it's not affordable. With 190 person, quote unquote, on the website, 190 person waiting list, there's still empty units. There's some units that have never been lived in. I think that that's something that we can take the Affordable Housing Fund, as it's called, and use that money to create affordable housing rather than just build buildings. I appreciate the work that you've done to build those buildings, but now let's put some people in them and let them live there. Let them have some, sustainability, some kind of idea of this is my home. When we first moved in, that was our concept. This is my home. We hung paintings on the walls and pictures of our kids. We bought furniture and furnished it. And we're like, this is our home. This is where we live. And then suddenly 2 years later, that's not seeming to be the goal or the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next on the list is Allie Rainier.
Hello. Just for record, it's Haley. I'm gonna read off my phone so I don't go over the time.
Haley, pull down the microphone so we can hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say thank you for taking the time to talk with us. I understand that the policies have already been put in place, but I beg that you reconsider now that we have started to see some of these policies and how it's affecting the community and the longevity of these townspeople. We have spoke with our neighbors who are deeply saddened by these policies, including ourselves. My husband and I have been here for 15 years. We love the community that we have created at Sunnyside. When we moved in, we were completely compliant and finally relieved that we had affordable quote unquote housing. And that was the goal, I believe, when most of this town council was elected. Now we are being told things like these were always meant to be high end, or due to poor planning and underestimated cost of building, we are justified in these increases. Why are we being forced to pay for the poor planning and management by the town? Why isn't this being supplemented by the Affordable Housing Fund? I have been told that those funds are for future builds, but perhaps it's time to pivot and reevaluate. What is the point of building more units if no one can afford to live in them? I wish more of our neighbors felt comfortable enough to get up here, although we had a pretty good number show up today. But I think after seeing the backlash that Dan Enright received, I understand some of their concerns. They don't want to draw attention to themselves or stir the pot out of fear of losing their housing, which is to me the opposite of secure anything. We are being asked to disclose our furs, furniture, jewelry, and medical bills. Also, the town knows exactly how much to take. People are spending hours trying to find every little deduction or loophole in order to keep their rent somewhat manageable. One of our neighbors was able to bring their unit for 2 people from an increase of $800 to $300, but most are going to stay if they're able to even reach that small increase. They're going to stay for 2 years, scramble to save, and then leave Telluride because they're not going to be able to afford to buy a house after that. They're just going to try to find the next, short-term solution. I guess one of my main questions is, who are these units for? Are they for the hardworking middle-class families that were compliant and elated to build on a foundation to raise their children? Or is this for the individuals that may not be claiming their entire incomes? Because I'm telling you, this is only working for the people claiming to make false amounts of low income or the wealthy individuals. We don't need high-end luxury prices. We need affordable units that people can start their futures with. I find it somewhat ironic that we were just listening to the town's concerns on the ski resorts, doing this very thing that I'm seeing this policy also achieve. I have been friends with many of you for years, and I just ask that you go back to the drawing board. I know this whole process has been grueling, but you'll be doing a disservice to many of us if you don't reconsider. Increases of $300 to $1,200 is just insane. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Amy Levick. I can, it doesn't, either way. I mean,
I have a couple of things I want to talk with you about. First of all, there's an organization of which I'm a part of.
uh-oh.
You just hold it, Amy. Anyway, called Friends of Democracy Telluride, and we are organizing a march for Saturday. It's part of the Hands Off march that's happening nationwide. And the focus of our march is to look at the impacts on our local community, not just the financial ones, but also the changes in policy and what it means to those of us who live here. We have elected representatives from Mountain Village and from the county, and I'm hoping that we'll have some people from Telluride as well. We've also got some people from nonprofits who will speak to what those impacts are. So I'm going to give you a flyer, and then I've got one more thing I want to talk about.
Here.
That will take place, what I just was talking about will take place at 3 p.m. Saturday at the courthouse, and then the speeches will be at the gondola. So hope to see you there. The second thing I want to talk about is I've attended the Telluride Foundation's wildfire mitigation workshops, as well as done my own research, and then also had a wildfire mitigation plan done for my house. And all of that has been really, really, really helpful, because I think we're entering a different time with climate change and wildfire challenges locally. I want to suggest that you make one more change in your landscaping regulations, because wildfire mitigation is not now a reason for cutting down vegetation, trees around your house. So I've got a suggestion, whether it works or not, you can decide, but it's a starting point. What I would suggest is that you add another criteria for the reasons for taking down trees, and that would include wildfire mitigation based on a professional opinion of a forestry professional, wildfire mitigation specialist, or insurance company. So it's a starting point. I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Amy.
Amy.
Rolling down our list, we have Gabriella Beckstead.
Hello. Pardon my nerves. I am not great at public speaking, or I may have been here more often, but my name's Gabriella Beckstead. I've been a dedicated member of this community since 2014. I've worked at Elaine's Place Toddler Center since its opening in 2018. And since the town took over in January of 2024, I've served as Assistant Director of Childcare. My husband, Chandler Beckstead, worked for the town for several years before transitioning to another role outside of town employment. And together we have built our lives here, raising our two daughters who are also born and raised here, 8 and almost 5. We're just here to talk about some of the housing impacts that we're facing. So we've lived at Sunnyside since August of 2022 after spending several years in Shandoka. Moving into affordable housing and properly accommodating rentals was a relief for our family, but despite always being in compliance with housing requirements, we have already experienced rent increases that have put a strain on our finances. Now, with potential future increases, we are facing the very real possibility of having to leave Telluride altogether. The cost of living here has become more unsustainable for us, no matter how hard or how often we work. I work 5 days a week, 8-9 hours a day. My husband works weekends and 5 days a week. We understand that it takes work to live here. The free market is not only out of reach financially for people like myself, but properties rarely become available. And even when they do, the rising rent costs have left us living paycheck to paycheck, making it nearly impossible for us to save for future homeownership. The cycle we are caught in, where rent increases with any income growth, has made it feel impossible to get ahead. We understand that living here is a choice. We've always been willing to work hard to meet that financial demand of living in this area, but we are now at a breaking point as we don't have the privilege of family support or resources to fall back on. This really is our life. This is it for us. The current rental landscape is making it incredibly difficult for families like ours who are committed to this town, to this community, to remain here long term. We do remain hopeful that the upcoming housing developments will offer a sustainable and stable solution, allowing us to continue raising our family in this community we love. And I am deeply invested in serving the children and families of this Telluride, as I've been doing for years, and hope to continue to do so. I hope you take our situation into consideration concerning future decisions. And thank you for your time and for considering the real impact these housing challenges have on local families and families like mine, I guess. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next on the list is Ethan Butler.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Ethan, and I'm also a resident of Sunnyside. Being in secure housing with reasonable rent and reasonable requirements is something that few get to experience in this town. And in return for these housing benefits, we were asked to provide service to the R1 by working 1,400 hours in district. Not only have my partner and I remained in compliance with these requirements, but we have worked nearly 2,200 hours each, the equivalent of 3 full-time employees putting in hours for businesses that are in dire need. Despite our contributions to the local businesses and economy, our rent is being increased to an unsustainable and unreasonable level with an average payment of $3,545 per month after utilities, a 40% rent increase since last year. Although we did experience a 12% increase in household income, it is simply not enough to meet the substantial and disproportionate rent increase, in addition to the high costs of living in Telluride, saving for retirement, and normal living expenses. The income deduction system allows individuals to deduct income to reduce their rent, but with a rent this high, the deduction contributions are traded off for standard living expenses, which is unsustainable for our household. A couple things to note: the current system incentivizes people to work fewer hours to pay less rent to afford to live here. Additionally, this incentivizes workers to decline raises at work, which would create a threat of rent increase and housing insecurity if they were accepted. The system that incentivizes people to work less, decline raises, and forfeit standard living expenses is proof that it's broken and unsustainable. I understand that the affordable housing program is for low-income earners, and as people are given raises, they are encouraged to enter the free market. However, with disproportionate rent and pay increases, this will never be attainable. The median home price in Telluride is one of the highest in the state of Colorado, and long-term rentals in the free market are gouged, scarce, and unreliable. Finally, we are told we are in a housing crisis, yet it seems to be more of an affordability crisis. If it were truly a housing crisis, then why would units at Sunnyside take several months to turn over? I have watched several units turn over, and 4 that were empty for over 4 months and 1 that was empty for nearly 9 months. Working hard to contribute to this town seems like a futile endeavor with no return. From every angle, I feel like we're being set up for failure by this program. Why would I work harder or longer to have more of my money confiscated by rent increases? Why did these requirements change when we were in compliance and paying more in rent than other town projects? Why are units vacant for several months in a housing crisis? Why am I not able to get a little bit ahead by working a second job? How am I supposed to enter the free market? I would just like to reiterate, our rent went up 40% and our income went up 12% this year. How is this sustainable or fair when I am working year-round to support businesses in this town? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up, Shay.
Good afternoon, council and fellow residents. My name is Shay Laplace, and I'm also a resident of Sunnyside. I want to note that I recognize these policies have passed. However, it feels like the topic really does remain unsolved. Telluride's struggle for fair and affordable employee housing has been no small feat. I recognize that. The need for local housing is driven by the need for a local workforce. Well, your workforce is here, and they're telling you, nay, begging you to reconsider. These policies are not congruent with a comfortable and quality life here in Telluride. And if kept in place, we will not be able to maintain a life here and continue to work and be a part of this community. I respect and commend the efforts of this council to do what is right, to protect our communities most vulnerable to housing insecurity, and to uplift a system that is based on financial fact, only offering housing to those who cannot afford the albeit few and far between free market options. However, from what I've observed in the many negotiations and sessions around this newly adopted policy, town believes that the money from THA residents' rent is directly accountable to complete operating costs and construction on these units. However, it's rare in affordable housing nationwide for those rental funds to cover more than a portion of operating costs. In affordable housing nationwide, it is not the burden of residents to ensure that the operating costs of these units are met. Multiple times I heard this council make choices to raise percentages based on needed operating costs. Additionally, why, when so many other nationwide averages and markers have been used to make decisions, was this not taken into account? This also begs the question about nationwide statistics being used in this decision process. Telluride is far from the national average. Why are we treating it as such? If we are truly pursuing what is right and what is fair, why is my rent being calculated based on my gross income, assessing my ability to afford a certain dollar amount in rent based off an amount of money that is not accurate to what I actually have? Doesn't seem sensible. A number of online calculations listed the cost of living in Telluride as well over 50% higher than the national average. Many of us will attest to that fact. As such, 30% of our gross income going to rent puts us all in a very precarious and unstable financial position. If this housing is truly intended to keep the workforce afloat, a better and more unique understanding of the cost of living in this town needs to be taken into account. If these policies stand, this town will without a doubt see negative community impacts. Please consider what we are asking here today. Thank you for your commitment to our town, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shay. Allison Canella?
Hi, I'm Allison. 2 years ago, my partner and I applied for, qualified for, and won a rental unit in Sunnyside. We were so excited to finally have secure, affordable housing and felt so grateful to the town for making it happen. Our combined household income put us in tier 2, which meant the rent for our 2-bedroom unit was about $2,300 a month after utilities. Affordable. After 1 year, our rent increased by 7%, making our monthly payment about $2,500 a month after utilities. Not preferred, but affordable. Now, after 2 years, we've learned that our rent is increasing by nearly $900 a month. After utilities, we'll owe nearly $3,500 a month. Unaffordable. Yes, our combined household income has increased in those 2 years, but even so, we still qualify for the original tier 2 rate. But unfortunately, town decided on and implemented this new tier system that requires us to now pay nearly $11,000 more per year to live in the exact same unit we've been living in. Not only does this make us feel taken advantage of by the town, it makes us feel unwelcome. We're receiving a message from the town of Telluride that our middle class status is not valued. We can no longer contribute to our savings with the hopes of entering the free market. Last year, my partner started a new job at a local business here in town. He worked hard for and he's proud of, but it meant our household income increased by 12%. Instead of celebrating this accomplishment, we instantly became fearful of what this would mean for our housing. That's the definition of housing insecurity. Indeed, under the new tier policy, this raise triggered our rent to increase by 40%. In addition, water and sewer prices increased 33%. Absolutely unsustainable for us. Sadly, we're not a unique case. All of our neighbors, many of whom have children, are experiencing the same price gouging. Working class people who contribute to our town's businesses and overall cultural flair are being forced to leave our community thanks to the new policy passed. I wish I'd spoken out about this issue when it was being discussed in the fall, but working 50 hours a week to pay the rent in the first place doesn't lend much extra energy. Now here I am expending energy on this disproportionate rent increase, investigating to ensure no constitutional violations have occurred. But mostly I'm here begging town council to reevaluate this new tier policy, or at the very least, stop misleading the public by calling it affordable housing when it simply isn't. Thanks.
Thank you. Shelby Stevenson.
Hi, everyone. Some of you might know me as a teacher at Rainbow Preschool. Some of you might know me as your neighbor or that girl that's always surrounded by kids in some capacity. I've always loved that part of Telluride, the community that each of us contribute and work so hard to build. I can't help but worry that this housing crisis that has affected our town so heavily will now take away the sense of community that we have worked so hard to build. We all understand that living in this magical place comes with sacrifices, but to think that this town that I pour my heart and soul into raising its children is trying to suck me and my family dry, not allowing us to get ahead and thrive. I'm really happy for the families that were lucky enough to buy property 10 plus years ago and then have their salaries go towards the growth of their households. My neighbors and the fellow families honestly reporting their incomes living in Telluride housing will be forced to leave and find something more affordable that will allow their families to grow and prosper. My neighbors are contributing members to this community. We all work so incredibly hard for a better future. I hope that this town that we all work so hard for sees us as essential and treats us as such, hoping to reward hard work instead of penalizing.
Thank you. Rosie Cusack.
Hello. I have 3 topics. Well, I have about 26, but 3 today that all pale in comparison to what all of these people just said. One of my peers just texted and said, why do we collect all of this short-term rental tax to only put people out on the street? It's not right. I think the town needs to slow the money roll before you start building a bunch of other stuff, which you already are, and help the locals afford to live what you already built. Help them afford to live in what you built. Make it sustainable, because it's not. Sorry, guys. Construction in the town of Telluride, 3 topics. 1, construction of the Fruin building discussion last meeting. I thought I was going to have, I thought I was going to pass out. Light emission coming from the town windows, tighten it up. We have to look at this. It's not pretty. And then there's parking. I know I met with Zoe and her assistant Hayden. We had a nice meeting. But here's the deal. I mean, not the deal, but I want to just say, I think maybe we need to do a lot of things. But this parking thing is so stressful for everyone. Can we just take a minute, remove the unattractive signage from the town that people keep running into, whether they're drunk or not? And also, maybe the scan doesn't work and then they're frustrated. They haven't even gone shopping yet. They haven't gone to dinner to see these amazing people working. Let's have free parking. I know it's April Fool's. I'm not kidding. Free parking. Let's start it right now. Let's just take a minute. Let's just take a breath. It looks like your potential income's around 187,000 max potential in your planning for parking. I just don't think that's feasible because a lot of people just don't pay. I don't know who they are, but they just don't. And let's just take it and clean the streets out. Can we just strip the poles, not a stripper pole, strip the poles of the signage and do free parking? Please remove the meters. That was a mistake. We all admit it now. Mistake, expensive one. No more studies. Just go from May 1st until, I don't know when, January, whatever. No parking fees. What does everybody think about that? You like it? No. So, okay, they don't like that. So, well, anyway, take the money, slow down your construction rule, because it's not making sense. Probably what I just said doesn't make sense either, but free parking, check the lights that are being emitted out of like Chase Bank, for one. It's a constant Las Vegas scene on the corner of Colorado and Aspen and other places around town. It's not pretty. We need to tighten it up a little bit. We are a historic town. Let's look like one and let's do free parking. I'm just going to stick with the free parking. All right? And help these guys out.
Thank you, Rosie. A new addition to public comment is Josh Kane.
Hi there, I am Josh Kane. I live in Sunnyside, and my comments are related to that living situation. Members of the council, thank you for granting us the opportunity to share our thoughts and feelings within this forum. To begin to address the matter of what is commonly referred to as affordable housing around these parts, I pose the following question. Have any of you ever been in the position of having to defend yourself and your mode of employment and your income in order to simply live where you do? And if the answer is no, then y'all don't understand what it's like to live in Sunnyside. But
Half of us have lived in affordable housing or still do this. Or built by the town.
okay, well, thank you for setting me straight on that. To address this form of opportunity pricing, which has been introduced for the Sunnyside rental units, where more is taken from each renter as their economic situation improves, this simply smacks of capitalistic greed. Rent should be based on the amount necessary to repay the mortgage, plus a reasonable accommodation for maintenance of the facility. Now, in the town of Telluride, where property values of late have been driven beyond the limits of what can be considered conscionable, this formula may not hold. Rather, one must base what could be called affordable on the relative accessibility of amenities as compared to other metropolises and the prevalent rates of rent in those places. When my rent increased last year upon my re-signing of a renewal lease, I looked around and found that I could rent a one-bedroom apartment, probably not comparable to what I live in now, but a one-bedroom apartment could be rented in Boston, the Boston area, or in New York City for the same amount that I'm paying here in Telluride. Excuse me. So it is my contention that these blanket formulas used by the THA in order to derive what they think they imagine will be affordable for locals like myself are, just not realistic. It is a fact that my rent plus utility bills for living where I do in the Sunnyside development amounts to more than half of my monthly take-home income. I work 40 plus hours weekly at a local business and can only hope that cost of living increases might offset in the coming years this deficit. For now, I'm making it up by paying the difference out of my savings. It seems that my rent is programmed to increase by 20% this coming year. And I just raised the question, I don't understand how that can be considered to be affordable. Housing, pardon me. I believe that in order to justify these levels of increase of rent, the cost of living increases, pardon me. I believe that the council ought to mandate cost of living increases which mirror the rent increases for those of us who are, struggling to get by. At any rate, thank you for the opportunity to, thank you for the opportunity to share my impressions. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany, do we have anybody online?
Not seen any hands raised online now.
Okay, let's close online commenting. Is there anyone else left in the room for public comment today? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Thank you, everyone, for your time and showing up today. And
Discussing this later. For an update at least. So we don't usually go back and forth right after public comment, but we will be discussing this issue later this afternoon. So I know I'm really busy, but if you want to tune in on Kodo, if you're able to come back, it's going to be this afternoon.
2:10 is administrative reports, so we are about 40 minutes delayed at this point, so we'll see if we
I
can
will
make it
text
up.
some of you when we're getting close.
yeah,
If that's helpful.
2:30-ish. A safe bet.
Yeah, we might be able to catch up on some time. Thanks, everyone.
That brings us to agenda item number 5, presentations and proclamations. 5A, introduction of new equipment operator Joseph Winter, and we have Lynn White here.
That's hard act to follow. I hope everybody knows me. I'm Lynn White, Public Works Street Superintendent. Joe Stiles does not work Tuesdays, so it's probably gonna be real tough to introduce him to the council.
Okay.
But Mr. Joe Winter does work Tuesdays, and he just started a couple weeks ago. Already has his Class A's equipment operator, been out there moving snow for you all day today, and he's gonna go right back to it. So, Joe?
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the team, and we really appreciate it. And please pass those same regards to Joe for us as well, since he
Yeah,
couldn't make it.
I'm full of Joes now.
Yeah.
Everybody starts with J, and I'm old, so it's hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Lynn, thanks, Joe.
Here comes your ride.
That brings us to agenda item number 6, appointments to boards and commissions. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, April 21st, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, which is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy, and should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. Moving right along, that brings us to agenda item number 7, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
We have a motion from Mian. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, the consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 8, 8A. Third reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing extension of water service to the San Miguel County Park, known as the Mill Creek County Park parcel, and authorizing the waiver of certain town water tap fees associated with the extension of water service to the county park. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members, for your time today. Kevin Geiger, I'll be introducing agenda item 8A. This is a public hearing. This is now a third reading of an ordinance before Town Council. You have a lot of background on this, but I do have a brief presentation that I think will just get us all on the same page for this matter. Also, just to remind everyone, we're going all the way back now to December on first reading, because we did have some additional discussions and negotiations that needed to occur with the county, but happily we're in a position, we believe, to recommend approval of this ordinance now on third reading. Just some background provisions, you're probably familiar with them, but the Home Rule Charter does have specific limitations on when what's called extraterritorial service can be provided for either water or sewage works. Most particular also is a municipal code provision on this, that normally annexation would be required, but Town Council can waive a condition of annexation if you find it to be in the public interest. And you also have to take action on what we're considering today, extraterritorial, meaning outside the town, service of water or sewer service. You have to take action by ordinance, 2 readings of an ordinance, subject to your approval. Just a little orientation to the site. What you're seeing here is Colorado Avenue, the Shell station in the bottom right, and then the subject parcel, about 1.1 acres, denoted in the red on this depiction. A little closer up view. Some of you also might be familiar with it if you've gone out on the spur. And improvements have already been made to the San Miguel County Park parcel at Mill Creek. That's the term they're using for this parcel. Just a little background too, San Miguel County received this during PUD approvals associated with the north side of the valley floor. And the condition of those approvals was that it be used as open space. So what you're looking at today, two requests. One is to approve that domestic water supply. We're not looking at sewage treatment, just a supply of potable water. And again, that has to occur by ordinance action. There's also a request for a waiver of a tap fee. And I know that you're familiar with that because we've had extensive discussions on that. What are those uses? Some limited uses. This is not going to be an intense facility for public use of water, but there is envisioned to be a drinking fountain, a water bottle fill station, a dog water station, and town council will recall that at your last meeting, you added as a permissible authorized use that water could be used for building and maintaining a bicycle skills park, which is proposed as part of the use of this San Miguel County Mill Creek Park parcel. Some of the conditions that have been agreed to between the parties for this extraterritorial service, the county will be purchasing a water meter and they'll be paying all monthly service charges on that. They'll also be installing their own pressure reducing valve. This is because the line that right now, the main service line in Colorado Avenue, is at a very high pressure and it needs to be reduced for what is considered to be a more domestic use and the appropriate water pressure for domestic use. They're also going to be installing their own transformer, but one of the conditions that has been included and agreed to by the county is that the town can also take or tap power off of that transformer with our own meter, and we would be paying for that electricity at our own cost. And then you're also authorizing an easement or a license. What we think is going to be needed is there's a water line, a service line that's going to come back from the PRV. The PRV is going to be located west of the intersection with Mill Creek Road. And then they'll need to run a water line back to the east and then up Mill Creek Road. Mill Creek Road is a public road shared by the county, shared by the Forest Service. They don't need an easement there, but they do need an easement or a license to get back east along Colorado Avenue to Mill Creek Road. A couple other conditions, and these were mentioned earlier. The municipal code does require for extraterritorial service of water that the applications have to be reviewed by both the town manager and the Planning and Zoning Commission. That did occur back in November, and both entities have recommended that you move forward with approval of the extraterritorial application for water. I think that's it, and I hope I gained a little bit of time there.
I'll just quickly add, Kevin, I did hear from the county and Janet on the cost of the transformer. And she stated that it's anticipated spending approximately $20,000 for the new transformer along with required trenching. So that equals about the same as that waiver.
Great. Zoe, thanks for clarifying that, as I knew that was a little open-ended for us. Does council have any questions for Kevin on this topic?
Nope.
Seeing no questions, this is a public hearing. I would entertain any questions from the public that's here to chat about this item. Seeing none in the rooms. Tiffany, do you have any online? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on third reading following a required public hearing on this matter, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing extension of water service to the San Miguel County Park known as the Mill Creek County Park parcel, and authorizing the waiver of certain town water tap fees associated with the extension of water service to the county park.
We have a motion from Elena. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 9, action items. 9A, consideration of approval of the 2025 Open Space Commission work plan. And Lance McDonald will present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. Good afternoon, council. I'm Lance McDonald with the Town of Telluride, presenting on behalf of the Telluride Open Space Commission. We have Nancy Kraft from the Open Space Commission, Amy Levick from the Open Space Commission, Angela Dye, I believe, is on Zoom, and Luke was just here, but he had to go to work. So it looked good up there today. So this is our annual proposed work plan for council's consideration for the Telluride Open Space Commission. What we'll be doing is reviewing the key projects completed in 2024, review the 2025 proposed key projects, and then go through the financial analysis and then ask for any questions or feedback. That's somebody else. Okay, so to be real clear, what the work plan is and what it is not. The work plan identifies the special projects, special maintenance and stewardship priorities. It does not include administrative items such as the open space ranger expenses, the transfers to the general fund, or other routine expenses and activities authorized by the town manager. Example of that would be participating with the county to fund the bathrooms out at Bridal Hill. So this is more for, you know, priorities and special projects as recommended by the Open Space Commission. The work plan, which several of you have seen before, is a very long table. This is just the first 3 pages of a 6-page document. On the right, it's broken into 3 categories: the Valley Floor Stewardship and Management, Bear Creek Preserve Stewardship and Management, and then other open space stewardship and management, and then also acquisition. It's provided in a table format with the approved plan from 2024 on the left-hand side, with the status and the expenditures of those projects listed in blue. And then the commission's recommendation is on the right side of the table as presented there on the screen. So for the projects, the key projects completed in 2024, there was a new bike trail put in Bear Creek, which went from the new kiosk location down to the top of Firecracker Hill. We did keep the existing steep social hiking trail in that area at the request of users, but we did close off some of the braided trails and the redundant trails that were in the area. We also replaced small wooden bridges around the south side of the Beaver Pond. The Pinhead Institute helped us with that. And the Cornet Creek trail was repaired in the Mill Placer open space, and that trail was reopened last year after a rockfall incident the year before. The river trail improvements that we completed on the west end of the property were to improve the rideability in the section immediately west of where the trail comes off of the Forest Service wedge property and heads into the valley floor. The hillside is very steep in that location. There's a lot of exposed roots. And what was happening is riders, it was very difficult to ride, but they were also finding their own way, and the trail was widening and we were seeing a greater degree of erosion. So that was tidied up and made much more, made smoother to ride on. And we're seeing, hopefully we'll see less environmental impacts in that area. We also had a snowcat this season. It wasn't the best season to try that out, but that is the future, we believe. And Craig Stein is the chief groomer out there, and the snowcat is leased under his authority, under his business operations. And it's going to be a good option for us because we do not have to own a snowcat. We do not have to house a snowcat in summer. We do not have to maintain a snowcat. All the maintenance is in his contract. So hopefully next season we'll get a better chance. But what this does is allow grooming on the valley floor with the snowcat for the first time on a daily basis. And we've never had that. We've always worked with the Mountain Village in the past, and they've been great, but it was kind of, you know, based on their priorities, and also crossing the ski area was a challenge for us. The ski area would provide permission only at certain hours of the day. So that limited the time that they could groom on the valley floor because we prohibit grooming at night. So we think this will be a really good way forward, and hopefully we'll be able to start leasing electric snowcats when that technology becomes available instead of the diesel. Signage, we installed a new Bear Creek kiosk that was also done with an unveiling ceremony, which we had the Southern Ute tribe representatives and the Ute Mountain Utes attend that as well. It was a great group and it was a great gathering, and we are now incorporating Native American acknowledgements into our signage on our open space. But we want to also, you see in the work plan, go a little bit further than just acknowledgements. What other items can we bring to bear in our communication with the public that is more than just an acknowledgement or that you typically see? We have new regulatory signs in Zone 1, and we started the discussions about updating the open space signage. We put that in about 10 years ago, and it's rusted, and the rivers are in different locations and the trails are in different locations on the valley floor. So we need to update the signage. For 2025, you see, this is a map that shows the 2024 projects and where they were located. I will go back to go over the restoration projects in 2024. The Trial Limited and Forest Service were working hard on coming up with the restoration plans for the tailings removal area. And so we've been reviewing those plans, providing comments, because what happens on the valley floor, United States Forest Service property definitely has an impact downstream on our property. We've also been developing river restoration plans to take the river from where the new point of entry on the valley floor, where the river is going to be moved to bring that onto the valley floor at a new location and make sure that we have a good budget and a good plan to accept the river in that location. Now, that's going to be a very weighty item for council to consider. We think that'll happen on April 29th. It'll be memorialized. This coordinated river restoration project would be with the Forest Service, Trout Unlimited, and ourselves. State's providing grant funding for that project. You guys will be considering an MOU with the Forest Service, hopefully at the next meeting, if the Forest Service is ready to jointly move forward with the project and complete the project this year. So stay tuned. If the Forest Service is not ready to do the work this summer, then we will have our plans ready to go, but that will become a project for next year's work plan. We also continue with our weed mitigation and treatment programs. And one thing that we were doing last year, which is of interest, is we were using drones to do vegetation monitoring. We're specifically using drones to hone in on the weed situation. And the idea is that we were training drones to recognize certain colors and certain patterns, certain heights of plants, that you could then train the drone to recognize that as an oxeye daisy or a yellow toadflax. And it seems to be about 80 to 90% accurate, but more so with the toadflax and the oxeye daisies, and less so with like the Canada thistle. A lot of that may have to do with the time that the drones were flying. So we hope to be able to use that kind of technology to improve our weed mapping, but also reduce staff time associated with hitting the priority areas, looking for the priority areas and then responding. We're also using that to determine wetland health and the health of our trees and the health of our plant communities on the valley floor. One other thing we use the drones are useful for is to recognize animal migration patterns and the trails that they place on the valley floor, and also social trails that might be emerging into environmentally sensitive areas that may not be readily apparent to us on the ground. We were working very hard to continue to minimize the social impacts in the Bear Creek Gorge area, encouraging the visitors to go into the gorge on the east side, not the west side. And that's been productive, but it requires constant attention. We increased the revegetation areas in zone 1. We did not reduce the places available for festival camping. We were increasing our vegetation zone, revegetation of that area in places that were typically not camped on, such as the setback to the Bear Creek Trail. We continued with the placing of the holiday trees on the valley floor in the old river channel by Public Works. This is a photo showing that. And we continue with the forest health monitoring in Bear Creek, and the data that we're collecting from our study plots is now being used for regional studies on forest health. So the applicability is not just for our property. This is a quick map that shows the locations of some of these projects. You can see the green are the environmental restoration projects. The yellow stars are trail projects that we completed last year. And these are just the significant projects. There's also a lot of maintenance projects that were going on at the same time. And then these are the trail projects in the valley floor. The star on the left side is where we were improving the rideability of the river trail. And then the star by the gas station, Shell station, is for the snowcat, although the snowcat drove many places. And then these are the three primary primary restoration projects that occurred on the valley floor, reviewing the Forest Service land proposals, coming up with their own plants downstream from the Forest Service, and then also planting trees by Public Works. For 2025, we are going to look at trail alignments behind the town park stage that could connect the Bear Creek trailhead to the top of Firecracker Hill, and then potentially that trail could continue on with a type of a bridge to the perimeter trail, where the county to ever have the perimeter trail go all the way to Bridal Falls. That would allow visitors and locals to go to the Bear Creek trailhead and then go to Bridal Falls, as opposed to hitting the perimeter trail, trying to go through the town park campground and the pavilion areas. So like typical trail projects we walk it several times and try to determine the best alignment. And then we come to council and as part of a work plan for any kind of implementation. We also want to work with the Forest Service to connect the bike trail that we constructed a couple years ago on the west side of Bear Creek to the Wasatch Trail, like 1 or 2 switchbacks up off Bear Creek. That requires Forest Service approval. We're hoping that we can go through a NEPA process on that as a categorical exclusion. It's a very small section, but that's on our work plan. And then also, several of you have noticed what the condition is at the end of Pine Street when you walk onto the Bear Creek Trail. It's gravelly, it's steep. We want to improve the walkability and the appearance of that area, but we also need to maintain access for those that have a right to use the road, and also for those emergency vehicles and maintenance vehicles that go up the road. So that's what we're going to work on, come up with a plan for what that should look like, and hopefully start doing some of those improvements this summer. Signage, we're going to complete the designs and plan work for the Telluride open space, or the open space signs mostly pertain to the valley floor, in conjunction with the town's wayfinding, placemaking, and science project. So now that those things are happening at the same time, we're gonna merge those and have those happen together, so that we'll have more of a uniform appearance and also messaging. And we're going to facilitate science and programs for the reintroduction of the native cutthroat trout. So I understand that the state may have reintroduced the native cutthroat trout into our stream. And what we may be working with Frank Smithhurst on is developing signage about that reintroduction, and about the catch to reinforce the catch and release. Now, those signs and programming may not just occur on the valley floor; they could also occur along the river trail in the town of Telluride. For the restoration projects in 2025, it's to continue to review the state's plans upstream of the valley floor at the EPA site. And it's also to complete and do a final budget and get the permitting for the river restoration project shown at the lower right-hand corner of this image. That plan will be again reviewed by town council as part of the MOU discussion with the Forest Service in an upcoming year. We also look forward to continuing the weed mitigation programs. We've gone over that in the past years, but we have a multi-pronged approach to that. We don't know if we're reducing the spread. Well, we don't know if the spread's increasing. It appears that we are equal battling now, and we may be reducing, but they're not spreading like it was happening in the late 2000s. One item is that it's really climate dependent. After a really rainy season or a wet winter, we get more of an explosion of weeds, but when it dries out with the drought type conditions, we did not see the expansion quite as bad. Continue the monitoring plan on the valley floor, and then also continue revegetation projects such as having the trees put in the old channel. Tyler Schultz, his company, does that each year. They're great to work with. And also in zone 1, and then we'll also keep putting MCH patches on our Doug fir trees. We're trying to save our Doug fir trees by putting MCH patches on that, which it sends out it's basically a pheromone patch that tells the insects that that tree is already occupied. So if you see these little patches on trees like up by the Weeby or in Bear Creek, don't touch them or move them. We're also going to continue the forest health monitoring and the study plots in Bear Creek, and we're going to continue to make sure that the public access into the lower Bear Creek Gorge is not causing environmental degradation. These are the projects for 2025 that we just went through. The yellows are the general locations of the trail projects, and the greens are the restoration projects. And then again on the valley floor, the big star is where Reach 3 River Restoration Project plans are being developed. And then the star that's further west over by or east to the gas station, that's where we hope to reintroduce or to introduce goats onto the valley floor as a weed mitigation approach. And you'll likely be involved in amending an ordinance to permit that use to occur. Council will. And if we proceed with that, that'll likely happen in late June, early July. Okay, so as far as the financial analysis, the 2025 work plan on your right has a requested budget of $424,300. The set aside budget approved by council right at for this year is 4.9 million. And then the non-work plan expenditures, which are also non-open space set aside, ranger expenses, transfer general fund, U.S. Ambassador program, although that may not happen this year, with the Forest Service, is 200,000. The projected revenues for the open space fund are 958,000 for this year. And that was a reduction, I believe, of 16 or 17% off of last year, due to the council budgeting process. So that's acknowledging, I think last year the revenues were 1.07 million. The budgets for 2024, as approved by council, with council approving a mid-year increase for the Telluride Mountain Club Forest Service NEPA process for regional trails, was 488,500. The expenditures exceeded that in 2024. It was 527,194. The primary causes of that overage was we had assumed that we were going to trade in one of our vehicles and get a new vehicle, a ranger vehicle for grooming on the valley floor. By the time we brought it for trade-in, it required so many repairs, it basically had no value. It was basically worn out. We also acquired a new hauling trailer, which we had not anticipated because Public Works, they were great. They've been letting us use their trailer for many years, but it was time to actually get a trailer for open space. And we also increased the revegetation efforts in Zone 1 because we had no other project to share the mobilization costs with for that project. We are going back to a $4,000 amount for revegetating Zone 1 next year, because that's only going to happen next year, or this year rather, if we're doing the larger river restoration project, because we will have the specialized equipment already mobilized for that activity. So we may not be revegging in Zone 1 this year because really it does not make sense to mobilize just for a small project like that.
I have a question, Lance. That's just a pretty big number.
Mhm.
Obviously, I don't think that the old Ranger probably ate up a ton of that. So is the majority then of that $500,000 in the revegetation efforts? Is that a good assumption?
Okay, so the new Ranger was 35,000. We
Okay.
had hoped that we were going to get 15 or 18 from the used Ranger. So that's part of it. The new trailer was 3,000. And the increased vegetation in our budget went from 4 or 6, I can't remember, up to 24. So all those things together equal about $39,000, and that's what caused the overage. Now, we can show you a graph the next time we present to you guys, show you a lot of times we're under the requested amount. This year we actually went over. So we keep an eye on that, but sometimes, these are budget estimates at this time. We're estimating what these costs might be going forward if the council approves the work plan. So, but that's what that 39,000 basically was represent. That's
Okay.
how that was derived. And then, okay, so that was the full run through of the open space work plan. If you have any questions, this is a kid building a bridge or open space, the power tool.
We have insurance,
Good
right?
job.
Lance, great job. And thank you so much to the entire Open Space Commission for all of your hard work. It is very much appreciated. Are there any questions for Lance?
I forgot to mention one other part of the recommended work plan, and that was the commission recommends financially supporting the San Miguel Watershed Coalition's Wildfire Ready Action Plan grant application. And that funding will be contingent upon other partner funding in the project and the appointment of an Open Space Commission member onto a stakeholder group. The WRAP, or the Wildfire Ready Action Plan, benefits Telluride and the regional community by assessing wildfire related impacts to watershed resources in both the short and long term. It also develops a project list for wildfire readiness for before and after wildfire events. And some of you that may be more involved with the Watershed Coalition certainly are aware of this project. I think they will be submitting a grant later this year. So the work plan includes us providing some match, provided other partners also step up and provide matches for this project.
Great. Thanks for adding that in. Any questions for Lance or other members that are here of the Open Space Commission?
Quick one. Great work as always. My perception of this year's work plan is that in addition to all the great things normally done, fighting invasive species, managing open space, keeping just the value of having wild open space generally, there's been this year more of a push of incorporating usage and recreation and getting people into these spaces, new trails opportunities. There's always been some component of that, but I just feel like it's a little greater this year. And I'm heavily supportive of that. I want to continue to see that we are a recreation destination. So was that an intentional thing, or am I just viewing it through a slightly different lens this year when I was reading the work plan and have?
Yes, if you look at the trajectory or looking back on all the projects that we've done, you'll see spikes for large restoration projects. And then you'll see that'll be kind of more of a recreation, monitoring type of approach. And then you'll see another spike for restoration. So overall, the fund expenditures have been much heavier on restoration. It's just that they don't happen as often. And there's another big restoration project that you'll be considering at the next meeting. So.
Yeah, I think some of it is also the timeliness of things when things come up.
Sure, absolutely.
And it's always a balance.
It is, of course.
You know,
Yes.
we take our job as land stewards and upholding everything in the conservation easement very seriously. And so it all has to be part of it.
I think it could also be a reflection recently on the new members that we have on the board. They're very much trail users, but they're trail users not in a hiking sense. They're bikers, for example, and skiers and things like that. So that definitely, influences what the recommendations are.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just wanted to add one thing that we, in the New Bear Creek kiosk, we translated all of the interpretive information into Spanish. Because and I think we're going to be looking at that with all of our signage going forward. And we think that's a very important aspect of our evolving community.
Great. Thank you for that addition.
And
Dan?
I'll state, I'm open to exploring a potential partnership with the Watershed Coalition. I would want to hear more details about that wildfire readiness action plan. Thank you. Would want to understand what the specific ask of us is, but wildfires are, of course, one of the issues, especially fueled by climate change, that our region will be facing. So we should continue to be proactive on that issue, I would say.
Agreed.
Try to adjust Dan's.
Sure.
So Dan, in the work plan, there is a recommendation to fund that project for $30,000 to provide grant funding for that.
Okay.
If the council approves the work plan, we would take that as support. And then the Open Space Commission would be supporting that effort, and also through having a commission member on the stakeholder group. We can certainly provide more information, or we can have Adrian come in and just give the council an update about what that project is. But they do need somewhat financial certainty as they get ready to prepare grant applications. And that's the step that we were trying to take at this time.
Thanks for clarifying, Lance.
I think that I agree with Dan. I think that it's very important for us to, start doing proactive mitigations and stuff like that. So I would support it, and I would encourage that presentation to us, just so that the public and everyone can know what the money's going to, and that we can really understand the project. So
yeah, and that we're paying attention to fire mitigation. Any other questions from council? This is an action item, so I will take public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online?
One hand raised online from Adrian for Gary. I'm going to unmute him and pull up the.
Hi, everybody. Adrian here from the San Miguel Watershed Coalition. I'm very happy to come in and share some more details about the Wildfire Ready Action Plan to Town Council whenever is convenient. And just very briefly, the goal of the RAP, like Lance said, is to assess not just pre-wildfire assets and risks, like the county is doing in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, but assess post-fire watershed impacts like flooding and sedimentation, and then develop a project list that the coalition and partners would pursue to proactively address those wildfire risks, both pre and post fire. And the RAP is a state framework that comes from the Colorado Water Conservation Board that they developed recently to help communities and watersheds develop these assessments and develop a list of projects. I'll leave it at that for now, but I'm very happy to come in and give a more detailed presentation. And I don't think Lance mentioned this, but the bids we have had for the project at this point have come in around $400,000. So it's pretty significant piece of work that will take place over a few years.
Great, thank you. With Adrian on there, any questions for Adrian? Tiffany, looks like we have another hand raised.
We have Douglas Tooley.
Great, you can unmute him.
Hi, Doug Tooley. I'd just like to commend Lance on another a series of awesome projects and note his absence from regional housing discussions. You know, everybody's trying to get control of it, but this is the guy who's got the track record of doing it, and we're not empowering him to do so. Thank you.
Douglas, thank you very much. Anybody else, Tiffany? Seeing no other hands raised, nobody in the room for public comment. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the 2025 Telluride Open Space Commission work plan and authorize the Telluride Open Space Commission and staff to proceed with the work plan as presented herein.
I second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It's approved unanimously. And once again, Lance and the Open Space Commission, thank you very much for all of your hard work. That brings us to action item 9B, consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding for the Telluride Foundation Down Payment Assistance Program. And we have Zoe Denal to present.
Thank you so much. And we do have several members from the Telluride Foundation here as well. So the town of Telluride has been asked by the Telluride Foundation to support its down payment assistance program. This is designed to expand homeownership opportunities for regional workforce members. The 2-year pilot program will provide shared equity loans for up to 20% of the home's costs, not exceeding $50,000 per household, with potential for additional support based on taxing districts' participation. The program's financial structure uses a designated fund held by the Telluride Foundation and serviced by the Impact Development Fund, or IDF, a nonprofit CDFI. The Telluride Foundation has come to this council and other intergovernmental meetings several times to discuss this program. On November 19th, council directed staff to allocate up to $100,000 in 2025 from the Affordable Housing Set-Aside Funds. This contribution was designated specifically to support R1 school district's employees purchasing deed-restricted homes within the town of Telluride. This decision followed a 4-3 council poll that emphasized the importance of regional collaboration and bolstering the eligibility of Proposition 123 related funding. At that time, the foundation anticipated matching contributions from both San Miguel County and the town of Mountain Village. So while San Miguel County confirmed its $200,000 commitment, town of Mountain Village has since opted to expand its YES program instead of making a direct contribution to the foundation's DPA fund. This revised YES program now includes properties across the R1 school district and incorporates new affordability caps and resale restrictions. This strategic shift enables the two programs to complement each other, and the foundation's DPA can focus exclusively on deed-restricted home purchases, while the YES program targets the free market to deed-restricted conversions, broadening the region's overall approach to workforce housing. Also, in pursuit of additional support, the foundation initially planned to apply directly for Proposition 123 funding with the state of Colorado. However, program rules limited applications to legal lenders, namely the IDF, or Impact Development Fund, which had already been engaged to administer the DPA program. IDF incorporated the Telluride Foundation's program into its own application. While not formally awarded, IDF's existing state funding stream was extended through December 2026. 2026, allowing the foundation to stack an additional $25,000 per closing for qualified buyers, delivering the intended benefits of the Prop 123 without additional administrative overhead. So right now, we have provided in the packet the draft MOU or Memorandum of Understanding for this $100,000 contribution. The term is for 1 year. It's $100,000 in 2025. The use of the funds is restricted to deed restricted homes within the town of Telluride and the R1 school district employees. It will be held in the HOF-TOT fund with the potential for investment and reinvestment. And we would receive an annual financial reporting to the town. There is a termination clause of a 60-day notice, and the funds would be redeployed to future qualifying buyers within the same restrictions. And the loans administered would be serviced by what we had been saying, the Impact Development Fund, or IDF. So the reason we bring this to council is the foundation provided us with some updated information for greater clarity around the program's alignment and funding commitments. And staff presents this information for council to review, ensure the draft agreement remains consistent with the direction provided in November. The next steps include confirming the draft MOU reflects the council state priorities, or incorporating any adjustments based on the council feedback, or directing staff in a different direction. And I leave it up to you for discussion.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much for that presentation for the down payment assistance program with the Telluride Foundation. Any questions from council on the MOU? I mean, sounds like we've got some further discussions to have from the initial approval to where we are at today, and want to make sure we all have a chance to discuss that.
You start.
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. I didn't really have any prepared remarks. I think this program seems wonderful. It does. I think there's been a lot of confusion in the course of the process of standing this program up, really from moment go. And I think that has taken us from that moment of inception and discussion to now. And I think that's why we are here talking about this again, ultimately, is because there have been a series of there's just been a series of misinformation or confusion in regards to the participation of the varying entities and what was going to be included and what people's plans were from the start. And I think that the reason we ultimately ended up approving the budget allocation for these funds, and I just want to be clear about that, like we allocated that we wanted to set aside money in the budget to be able to have this discussion. It wasn't that we set the money aside immediately for this project. But it was based in large part to our understanding that, or what was conveyed to us publicly, was that the town of Mountain Village had committed to giving a $200,000 lump sum to this project. And I think, in multiple conversations with both staff and council members in Mountain Village, that had not been the direction that was given. And I think that colored the conversation that we were having. I think that this is not the way our taxpayers would want us to be spending money on deed restricted housing. I am very, very concerned about the idea of essentially running a financial lottery where we could potentially give two people in our town $50,000 down payments for homes. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's equitable. And I don't think that really serves the greater good through this. I love the program. I think that this is an incredible program for private donations. I think that for private fundraising, I just don't think that this program in its current inception is what we should be using taxpayer dollars for. And
I'll add one thing to Mian's comments, that I I was also led to believe that when we did make our approval on this to move forward to an MOU, that we were told we'd have to follow the program the way it was stated and not have the opportunity to be creative with it that may better fit the town of Telluride. And then when we saw what Mountain Village was doing, which was a creative option that they felt was best, that also added a little bit to our questioning of what we decided to do.
For me, I try and think about supporting programs that are run outside of our programs and supporting them if I believe that that entity can accomplish better the goals than what we can do ourselves. And as we were talking around and around this program, I don't think it's a program that I would think that we would build ourselves, and that it does not achieve the goals that we have with that money. And sort of agreeing with what Mian said about just kind of picking winners with a large chunk of cash. I don't think that's what our housing money should be used for. I think it should be used for building more housing. And I've sort of said that from the beginning. So that's still where I stand on this.
Yeah, and I also had some reservations about this from the beginning, or the town's support of this. I also love this program. I think it should exist. I feel like my initial concerns of, how many people is this actually helping? Do we have a shortage of buyers for our deed restricted program who don't have down payments available? Is it unfair to sort of double subsidize some of our housing for a couple of families? I initially had some concerns, and they still exist. And I agree with Geneva that I want to see our housing funds go towards building housing, because I think that's our bigger immediate problem. Yeah, I don't know if I have too much more to add, but I was initially hesitant, so my stance hasn't really changed.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, Dan?
So as you all recall from our discussion last year, I also had some reservations, and I think aligning mostly with what Elena just said, that I feel a lot of our housing shortage is a supply problem, and this program works more towards housing demand, which there still seems to be a substantial amount of. I did vote in favor of it at that point, and I do want to address that because I still remain somewhat open to it from the spirit of collaboration. And we talked about that earlier today on the first public item on our agenda today. And I definitely want to see regional collaboration, and that is a value to me. So that was what tipped the multiple sides of my mind on this one to eventually supporting it this last fall. And I think that's still where I land. Because Geneva, to your point, yeah, I tend to agree that if the town can do something better, then we should just do it. But I think it's worth acknowledging that it's not just that $100,000 that's being asked for us. The foundation did manage to collect $1.4 million for this program. Some of that within the community, some of that from state level, and from outside of our community as well. And so it's sort of that mind of bringing in outside partners that would not necessarily or would not normally be working on these issues with us, and getting more of a collaborative approach. And many hands make light work. And having that sort of regional collaboration does compound and benefit us all. So I acknowledge that I feel like this process has been messy. I feel like we've been there's been more promises than have been able to be delivered on at some points in this process. That is slightly disappointing, and I hope that in the future we are able to be more transparent with each other and have hard conversations. I would always rather be told hard news directly instead of being led along, but I still think that there is opportunity to work together. So in the spirit, since both Mountain Village and the county have found ways to support programs, this program or a program like this, I'm willing to go along for what is, in my mind, a relatively small ask in this one scenario. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Ashley.
I am sitting in the minority up here because this was a program that I saw benefit in supporting. I can hear where people's desires maybe to put money towards other things or whatever. I hear that. I think that, we just had a lot of public comment about the rental rates that the town is having to charge for our town provided housing, and that being impactful on people's ability to then go forward to purchase properties. I know that it's not a lot of money and that we're not, as Mian mentioned, it's probably not going to be able to support a ton of people, but even helping out a handful of families that might be falling short, to me, always sounded valuable. It wasn't a huge amount of money. It certainly would not impede us from building any of the further housing that we're looking at. So I would still support us going into this. Again, looking at it as a, more of a regional collaboration, and also feeling like that's going to take many levers and lots of different opportunities for different types of people that have different needs as we look at all of our housing struggles collectively. So like I said, I know I'm probably sitting in the minority on that, but that was my position kind of from the beginning. And I hear everyone's concern, but I still would support making the funds available for this program from us.
Great. Ashley, thank you. I'll chime in a little more. I agree with the need for collaboration, and certainly would encourage that. I'm still kind of, a little disappointed. I think, certainly for where we're what in my opinion was forced to place the funds was almost a little bit of a misdirection to me. I just didn't really see that. There was an opportunity for us to put some money towards a program that we felt benefited what we want to do as a town. And I agree with Geneva and Elena, and that's building housing. That's what we've been very successful at doing, but that doesn't mean I would not have been open to other avenues. And I'm stuck on Mian's point, and this is how much I'm riding the fence on this one, that helping two people at $50,000 a piece is not as equitable as building more housing or having some other alternative solution. And we were told there was no opportunity for that. And then we immediately found out the Mountain Village did their own thing. And to me, that is where I lean towards not agreeing to this MOU, because I felt we were kind of forced to make a decision on information that, let's just say, either was incorrect or it changed. And I'm not here to throw stones at anybody for that, but that's the reality. What we were presented on that day to make this decision and what was the reality with the town of Mountain Village's money were two entirely different things. And so I'm still not sure what to do. I don't know how much time is of the essence in this for people sitting at this table versus Telluride Foundation versus coming up with some type of creative solution. I don't know if my fellow council members want the appetite to even think about that. And again, I'm just completely, completely conflicted on what to do, because I can in my own brain justify both sides.
There's been a lot of time spent on this. I mean, I want to be really clear. There's been so much
more time spent on this and on this decision and getting to an understanding of what everybody was doing, because what was being communicated was just not accurate. That I don't want us to spend any more time on this, because I think any time that we're spending trying to shoehorn something that doesn't completely work right now in order at this particular point in time, it just, to me, doesn't make sense. I would rather that we are taking that time to work with Mountain Village and the county and the foundation on something that is truly collaborative, that truly serves the need for housing in this region and aligns with everybody's goals. I don't think this is the right avenue, but I do want us to do that. But I want us to be spending that time in a way that allows us to have a solution and achieve a goal that is really ultimately what serves the community best.
To me, it comes down to equity, and our affordable housing program is created to, and when we pass, when our community votes for tax revenue to go to the Affordable Housing Fund, it's to create, maintain, and preserve affordable housing. It is not, in my opinion, to give a large sum of money to one family to be able to afford affordable housing, because it's just not equitable in the way that our services are distributed. That does not mean that I don't think there shouldn't be a down payment assistance program. I think it's awesome and incredible. And I know that people don't have a gift from their family, or haven't had the opportunity to save, or never will have the opportunity to create that kind of nest egg to make for a down payment. And which is why I'm so excited that this program exists. But I don't think it's fair for our affordable housing fund, which was supposed to be implemented in an equitable manner, which we're attempting to do in all facets of the way we utilize it in other ways, to just to be giving checks to a discrete few amount of family. It feels like a lottery, like a cash lottery. And I know that Ashley brought up the conversation we heard earlier from many members of our rental housing who have absolutely reasonable concerns about their future and the way that our policies are affecting their day-to-day budgets, but are completely ignoring the fact that they're okay with everybody else who's in our housing program paying a higher percentage, or are okay with that. And we approach those policies from an equitable standpoint, and I think we should approach our funding for this kind of thing in the same way. And I think that for everyone who doesn't have the timing line up so that they can be the first come, first serve to apply for a program like this, and to know, and they miss out, and to know that that is taxpayer money, I don't think it's fair. It makes my stomach hurt to think that we would be doing that. We would never do that through our own.
But everything we do, it lives in a world of scarcity. There's not a situation where we have enough of everything for everybody all the time. That doesn't prevent us from giving to something or pursuing, anything, because we're not going to be able to give everybody their own piece. I hear what you're saying, and I know that I'm in the minority, like on this program. I still feel like, when you guys are talking about like giving one family or two family, there's nothing in this program that says that that's what's going to happen. It is a possibility that could happen, but they're not saying we're going to select one or two families and give them large checks and they're going to get, a ticker tape parade. It could be that this helps a lot of families in little increments. We don't know. And that's kind of a little bit of the unknown of how this program is going to roll out. But like I said, I feel like I hear people's concerns. I would love it if every person could get, down payment assistance all the time, every time they wanted it. But this program does have a pretty significant amount of money. Our money would be just an additional contribution to that. It's not the only money that they're giving out. I still feel like, based on the amount of money that we have for affordable housing, that $100,000 for a year as a, a collaborative vision to me does not seem like a huge ask. We heard from our other community partners in the county reaching out to us with public comment. I don't know. So I understand I'm in the minority. I'm probably not going to sway hearts and minds up here necessarily on this, but it looks like the Telluride Foundation would like to chime in if we would like them to.
Yeah, but before we hear from the Telluride Foundation, is there any other further discussion from council members on this topic? Seeing none, Jason Corzine is at the microphone and sounds like he would like to chime in.
Yeah.
Please do.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council. My prepared remarks, I'm going to deviate from, and I realize this item has run over and your agenda's run over, so I'll keep it very brief. Councilman Enright, Councilwoman Von Sprecken nailed it. It's about partnership. It's about leveraging dollars. And we recognize the town of Telluride's commitment to workforce housing. We honor that and we want to be a partner with you. This is a dynamic process. It always has been, and it's complicated. And you know that because you're in this business. And everything is fluid. And we present information to you when we have it at the moment in time. If this program doesn't resonate with the town, I honor and respect that. And if you decide not to move forward with this MOU, I want it to be on the basis that that is your decision and it doesn't align with your priorities. I do not want it to be on the fact that you felt like information was misrepresented to you or we were not forthright, which is not the case. We would never do that. When we present to council, we present the information we have at the moment in time. And on this particular situation, when we presented, the last conversation we had with the town of Mountain Village is that they were a cash donator to this program. Something changed in those dynamics. Mostly at the time we presented, when you found out, the day of the meeting, we also found out. When the Mountain Village attorney and town manager called us the next morning to apologize that he didn't get us that information in advance. Again, please know we were giving what you had at the moment. We would never misrepresent council. We would never misrepresent this program. In the spirit of, are there other options to partner? The answer is yes. And we want to leave that door open. More importantly, I want you to know what we have presented to you was always factual based on the information we had at time. And now that the YES program has been expanded, we recognize that as a benefit. We saw it as a good thing. And if the town of Telluride and the council wants to explore another avenue, we are open to that. I want to give you that commitment. But I do want you to know that everything we have presented to you in these last several months has been factual from the moment in time that we had it. And again, it's fluid. It changes on a daily basis. The good news is we have raised the money that we set out to raise. We want you as partners. We value your partnership. And ultimately, we want you to see this as additive to your own programs. Thank you.
Jason, I have one question for you that I hope you can answer. What was the philosophical change in the program to accept Mountain Village's money in a different way when we weren't given that opportunity?
Well, I apologize if that's the way council felt that you weren't given that opportunity. Again, at the moment in time, Mayor, we thought we had a cash commitment to support this program. Council met, or the town met, they made a decision to expand the YES program. And once we found out that information, we analyzed it and we thought, well, that's their decision. We see it as a benefit. So, we really have no recourse in just saying that's the partnership. And so we'll accept that. And we would do the same with the town.
Okay, that's fair. Does anybody have any questions for Jason? Seeing no questions, I see Laney's hand raised. Tiffany, can you unmute Laney, please?
I think I'm already unmuted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everybody. Yes, I just want to address a few things that you guys brought up. Thank you, Jason, for clarifying that. I know you all got my correspondence, that was in response to, I guess, an executive session you had when it was made clear that some people were concerned about perhaps being misled. And I will just reiterate what Jason said, that that was never, ever our intent. We, again, were operating on the information that we had. And regarding, I want to address what you said, Teddy, about the fact that you felt maybe forced to do one thing versus another. I'm not really sure where that thought comes from, where that feeling comes from. I mean, we were just presenting this program to you all multiple times and looking for feedback. You guys had come back to us and said, well, we want to make sure it's in the town of Telluride. We want to make sure it's deed restricted. Of course, it has to be because that's the design of the program, and then it needs to have price caps. And we were like, sure, that's fine. You can put whatever restrictions you want on the funds that you provide within reason. We can't put, there's certain restrictions that we're not allowed to, given the fact that we're a community foundation, but certainly, you know, geographic restrictions, and it has to be deed restricted with the price cap is all fine and totally doable. Geneva, to your point about equity, I mean, this is exactly what this is. This is about equity. This is not about two families. Yes, in essence, if you were to contribute $100,000 to us, that means two more families. But, you know, we have $1.4 million to deal with. We have $1.4 million to deploy. And this is not a ticker, you know, tape lottery win. You have to pay this back and it will keep giving. So it isn't a lottery. You are borrowing money from this fund to help you get into a home. It will serve every single person that you heard speak earlier today. How do we save money? How do we get ahead? You know, how do we stay in this community? This program serves those exact people. So, you know, if I could, you know, turn back the clock and know everything that I know now, my presentations would be different. But to Jason's point, this has been a very dynamic process. We have been working really hard to raise this money, and we were hoping that the town would partner with us in this. But if, you know, if it's not something that's that you all feel comfortable with, I mean, I feel really badly that anyone was felt misled, because certainly I know most of you personally, we, the Tire Foundation, would never do that. So it was always our best of intentions to support the workforce in this community, and that's pretty much it. I will tell you that one thing I noticed in the memo is that the YES program is being expanded not only in R1, but in R2. You have to work in the R1 school district, but they are expanding it all the way out to Norwood. So to us, that's an amazing thing, right? There's a lot of homes out there that could be deed restricted, and we're happy to work with them in order to make that happen, because I think most of the applicants will come through our website to find out what resources are available to them. And we're happy to promote that program because it'll just stretch our dollars even farther. So I don't know if anyone else has any questions, but yeah, just want you to know that always best of intentions, just trying to help people get into home ownership.
Great. Thank you, Lainey. Does anybody have any questions for Lainey? Since this is an action item, I will ask if there's any members of the public that would like to speak. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this topic? Please step up to the microphone, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name's Gene Wheel. I wasn't going to speak today, so I don't have any set remarks, but and I do appreciate all the views expressed from the council. The housing development, affordable housing development that the town has done is incredible. And it sounds like all of you on the council understand the strength of this down payment assistance program and what it can do for people that need to access affordable housing. So I really won't address that. What I would like to say is, think about 4 or 5 years ago, myself, my wife, Catherine Borsnick, Amy Levick, we started this Housing Opportunity Fund to provide assistance both for renters and for purchasers to get into affordable housing. And I don't have the exact number today, but I think to date, we've helped somewhere around 150 families access that type of housing. And there's a bunch of commentary today, Dan and others, of how important this can be from a regional collaboration perspective. I also think there's a very important public-private partnership angle here as well. As Jason said, as Laney said, the foundation has raised significant amounts of funds that would go along with your funding here. I've been fairly involved with the Housing Opportunity Fund, raising those funds from private donors before we merged the Housing Opportunity Fund into the foundation, and since we have. And I know all of you appreciate it's not easy, right? There's a lot of great programs, housing and otherwise, that people are looking at for their philanthropic funds. Housing is high up on many, many people's lists here in Telluride and in our regional community. But, you know, there's lots of good projects out there. And so as the success we've had to raise the roughly $1.4 million to date, I think you guys have seen from the materials, we're trying to get that number up to about $2.5 million. That'll allow us to do this pilot program for 2 years. You guys know all the funds get repatriated and relent out. But I'll just say, if the town can and the council can find its way to help support this program, it does really help turbocharge our ability to raise private funds. And I hope you'll give it due consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment on this? Tiffany, are there any hands raised?
We have Douglas Tooley.
Hi, Doug Tooley, resident of Mountain Village. Going to this question of regional collaboration, that is crucial. The regional housing body is the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, which I have watched, attended meetings sporadically in the 10 plus years that I've been here. And it's always been mostly just a pro forma thing that you need to meet and do things to meet the federal requirements. And it has not been an active player. Mountain Village has chosen to leave that body, although the current representatives are an awful lot of Mountain Village people for whatever reason. We've seen a collapse in the function of the organization. Both the executive director and the administrative assistant retired, coincident with the release of the housing study, which we have still not seen in full. And a replacement director was fired on an expedited process without much experience in the housing industry, the nonprofit housing industry. Thanks to organizations like HUD, which have a strong tradition of solid economic and business skills, as well as a social awareness, they have done great things, but I fear that that's under attack. The YES program in Mountain Village did not work. The expansion to areas outside is interesting, and we'll see what happens with that. But when it comes to state money, the 1, 2, 3 funds, they're taking money at the state level from people who are truly in need to help somebody buy a $750,000 or up to an $850,000 house. And there are people who have a philosophical opposition to that. And there are solid economic reasons not to be doing that as well. Big picture, you look at how much this country is going into debt. And all we're doing is raising the subsidy level instead of letting the market adjust. And, that's part of the Telluride Foundation's business model, is to go after those state funds. And in this particular case, I would disagree. And in the future, they need to be more transparent about their state fundraising efforts. Thank you.
Doug, thank you very much. Anybody else online, Tiffany? No. Seeing no further public comment, I will close public comment for this action item 9B. Is there any further discussion from council?
Has anyone shifted? Are we still where we're at?
I feel like a little on the fence. I think like I think we've already come this far with this, and that's where like I'm like a little conflicted, because I do think like even just the optics of being collaborative on this project are valuable. I think, our contribution, it's not a significant portion of the funds that they're looking to raise, but that's like the one aspect of this that makes me pause a little. Like I said in the very beginning, this wasn't something that I wanted to use town funds for. And I've been pretty consistent on that. But that's like the one part of it that I feel like is sort of like making me just want to think. I don't want to put this off because I agree we spent too much time on this, but that's the one part of it that I find hard to walk away from, is just the collaboration part of it.
But there's not real collaboration. Everybody's asking to do totally different things. So we're not collaborating on one initiative. We are throwing money into 3 different pots conceptually, if we were to fund this, that are all different. It's, if we were, and that's, to your point, if we were truly collaborating, we would be sitting in a room with those other entities, and we would be coming together and finding one program that we could put the full weight of all municipalities behind. But we're not there yet. And I would like us to get there. This is not, we're going to be talking about deed restricted housing from now until the day that each and every one of us leaves this region. So this is not the end of this conversation. We need to have a conversation to find a program where we can be truly collaborative and work together towards one common shared vision, whatever that is. To be honest, like, if we're going to start talking about like leaning into this program and like wanting to do it for that reason, like, I'll support expanding the YES program, but there's, I think we all know why I would say that. And I would rather us make the hard decision, and I would rather us continue to work towards what is right instead of just trying to do something for the sake of doing it. I think that we owe our taxpayers, that much, that we need to respect their hard-earned dollars by using and spending those funds in the highest, best use possible.
Dan?
When I was campaigning almost 4 years ago, one of the things I did hear numerous times from our community was that Telluride shouldn't try to carry the burden of affordable housing solely on our own shoulders. We've done a lot. We have a lot we should continue to do, and I'm proud of what's happened in my term. And I know that there's more that we need to do and are doing. But I do believe that there are other partners that we should bring into the fold and take their efforts and have their willingness to support those goals and welcome that. I recognize that, I think, as we're all pretty familiar with it from working together, it's hard to get 2 people to align perfectly on anything, especially something as complex as affordable housing in a mountain town with high cost of everything. And so the reason I continue to push aside some of my concerns or my hesitance around this is the fact that an outside entity has put in a fair amount of effort to bring in an additional $1 million for the purposes of affordable housing in our region. The local governments, if we continue with that $100,000 contribution that we originally approved, the regional governments will have contributed $400,000, meaning the Telluride Foundation will have brought in $1 million. And while $1 million is only a drop in the bucket of what we truly need in our region, it is something and it is a start. And I want other partners to help with our affordable housing crisis. And again, the program is not exactly the one I would craft. And I agree that I would love to be at a table together with the foundation and with the Mountain Village and with the county and really work on future programs. But I don't want to just wave that money away necessarily. And I want to show that effort and that contribution is valued. And $100,000 compared to $1 million seems like a pretty good ROI in my mind.
So I feel like everybody's definition of collaboration is different right now because what I'm hearing is that Mountain Village augmenting and altering their own program, not giving money to down payment assistance program with the foundation, but augmenting and changing their own program is counting as collaboration on housing. And we're the only ones not collaborating. But for some reason, us using money to build housing that then can have the down payment assistance work with is not collaboration. And that doesn't make any sense to me. I totally think we should all collaborate. Doesn't mean we all are good at or have the pathway to do the same things. We have a 200 unit development coming up, an opportunity to build up to 200 units at Chair 7. We have another, 40, 60, something like that at Lot L. We have East End lots. We have properties that we can develop. So why is it being seen as we're withholding collaboration when we're going to be creating units that could then be serviced by this program? When Mountain Village has gotten creative with their use of this money, but it's a little bit of a packaging of what they're doing as that they're participating in this program. But from my view, they're doing what their vision is for how to contribute to the overall umbrella of housing in the region. So I just feel like we're being a bit singled out and pressured again still by, well, they're doing it and you're not doing it, but they're not really doing it. They're doing what they think is the best way to contribute. And so are we. So this is sort of, we're not always collaboration doesn't mean we have to agree on every single thing and do the exact same program. I think there's more than one way to skin a cat and we're all trying to take different takes on it, but they all work together. Down payment assistance doesn't work if we don't have new units coming online.
It does.
Not as efficiently as it would be if we had more. Things don't turn over as fast as we want them to. We don't really want them to turn over.
Right.
We want people to stay here.
I hear what you're saying, Geneva, 100%. And I agree. I think that, when I'm saying collaboration, it's not necessarily that it's because every single player in the room is contributing in the same way or anything like that. Again, I feel like I personally have heard from our constituents and have experienced it firsthand that down payment assistance does help people. And for me, that is, I have never had as much issue, I feel like, than the rest of the group about who was in and who was out and blah, blah, blah. I've always felt from the beginning that I felt like down payment assistance was beneficial to people in our market. That's why I think we should contribute the money. I think that, again, $100,000 is not going to preclude us from doing any of the amazing things that we're talking about doing. It will not prevent us. It will not stop it in any way, shape, or form. So that's, again, I feel like giving $100,000 to support a down payment. Wow, I keep messing that up. down payment assistance program in the spirit of, we recognize that different solutions will be beneficial to different individuals. It's the only reason why I have supported this from the beginning. I feel like we're all just kind of talking around. I don't know if we've changed anybody's position significantly. It sounds like maybe we should start thinking about if we want to support a down payment assistance program. One day I will say it right, down payment assistance program or not.
If we were gonna take $100,000 annually and use it to take the sale price down an equal amount from every unit we built, I would be fine with it. My problem is that it's a much larger chunk, which I recognize is needed and useful, but it doesn't feel fair to me.
Sure.
That's it.
Yeah, I think my pushback is the use of like public money for this. That's what doesn't, because I agree with what you said. I don't know if I've like really swayed much. I just felt like I should.
And for me, I think the only way I could support it is if it was a significant guarantee of lower money, so it was more fair of our taxpayer money, and there was a maximum of, I don't know, $5,000 per closing for the town of Telluride purchases that were already deed restricted, instead of big chunks that just favor a few.
Why can't we do that?
Yeah, like why don't we just
That's
lower our price?
What
ourselves?
that's so much extra communication and oversight, and like
Yeah.
they have a plan for their program. They should follow it. We shouldn't micromanage it. If us we basically do this as we build a project and then we decide how much we're going to take off the top of what it costs us to build to sell it for an affordable rate. We've got a formula for that allows us to keep building more stuff. If we want to do that on an annual basis for our projects and implement it ourselves, and that it counts as us participating in this program, I'm fine with that. But it's like, what, we already do that.
I mean, I think the lovely thing is that this program has really allowed the governments to probably talk about our individual housing programs more than it ever has, than we ever have before. And I think there's a lot of great good that is going to come out of those conversations. And I think we can continue that process. I mean, I think Geneva's got a really great point. I mean, if everybody's contributing in the way that they feel is best, and we clearly are contributing to the greater cause already with what we are already doing. And I want us to be collaborating with the foundation, with the Med Center, with the school district, with whomever else wants to help us solve this problem that we have, because it affects each and every one of us and every entity in this entire region. I'm excited about that. And I think we continue this conversation, and I think we continue that process, because it is incredibly valuable to have this many people and this many entities truly care about one common goal. So I think, for that reason alone, I'm thrilled that we've been having these conversations. I just think we need to continue the conversations as opposed to just giving some money and hoping that it works the way we all hope it's going to work. Because I think we can give that money later if we feel like that's right. I just think that right now, from my perspective, we're not there.
We can package this concept of $100,000 on an annual basis is divided equally amongst however many units we have hitting the market, and that counts as participating. I'm for that.
I mean, we do that anyway, so.
I know, but I mean, extra.
Well,
It sounds like that's what's being asked.
But I think that's, but again, like, I agree. Like, I think that is a really great conversation for us to have. I don't think that's a decision we should be making right now, but I think that is a great conversation for us to continue to have and decide if that's the direction we want to go, because there's a lot of housing needs that this region has right now. And we do have lots of funds to be able to apply to that, but we don't have so much money that we don't need to watch those funds carefully, so.
So I'm going to handle this a little differently. Unless someone wants to make a motion, it looks like we're going to go number 3 which is no motion to approve. And that doesn't mean it's dead, but
Before that, I mean, I I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Geneva. But again, the thing that really tipped it in my mind was grant funding from Prop 123. I cannot sit here and claim to be a total expert in that process. And I know that there are going to be specific requirements that the state wants to see. And I'm guessing it is a money in a bank account as a matching fund, and a line item in a budget of here is $100,000 out of our gross budget or our affordable housing fund for the purposes of down paying or reduction of housing costs. I don't know if that'll qualify. And so again, the thing that really convinced me was that sort of multiplying effect of these funds bringing in outside funding, both private and state funding. And that's really what pushed me over the edge of supporting this. Again, I share a lot of the hesitance and concerns, but that's where I do want to be careful, because I want to, especially in this current climate, utilize effectively as much we can outside funding, both from the state and federal government. So that.
I thought
But
in our
I
memo,
think
it says
yeah.
that Prop 123 is like not a part of
we're-
this conversation.
Yeah.
Foundation is not getting Prop 123 funds. Which again, to your point, that was a huge that was a huge decision-making determinant when we had this conversation.
Decision-making.
Yeah, it was. And so IDF is going to be, that group applied, but the foundation did not apply for Prop 123 because they could not. Which again,
It's confusing.
it's confusing that would have been conveyed to us that way, that they were applying for those funds and that they needed our financial input to get those funds when that was not actually a possibility. Again, this all feels rushed.
Jason, would you like to add to that?
Just to clarify again, at the moment in time when we presented, we were applying for Prop 123. When we were not the lender of record, we were told we could not apply. IDF could apply on our behalf or extend their program, and that was the course we went. So our decision for the foundation not to be a lender of record took us out of that application process. We did not discover that until we went further down that program with them. And again, it's complicated and dynamic. And the more you dig, the more information you find. But that was our intention.
So
It's not a loss at all. We're stacking that money on. It's just through a different program. And it is Prop
So
123.
to be clear, Prop 123 didn't have their structure in place when you came in front of council.
The structure was in place when we decided we could not be the lender of record. That changed the dynamic of who could apply. The structure has always been in place.
I don't think that there's any judgment or animosity about the fact that that changed. I just think that that was a big reason why the majority, 4 of us, gave the thumbs up the last time we talked about this. And now that that's not the case, it changes the vision of the situation for some of us. So
Can I-
it's not like.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in just to
I'd like her
explain?
to finish her point first, and then you can go, but
Sorry?
let Geneva finish her point, please.
Okay,
So
sure.
I'm just saying it's not like, I'm not sitting here saying you guys didn't tell us that. I recognize that it changed because of new information and development, but because that is no longer a factor, at least for me, that was the thing that brought me to the other side. And it was not a unanimous support last time. It was 4-3. Of course, we only have 6 here today. But, I just wanted to make that point that that bringing this up was not meant to be a finger pointing. You guys are trying to misdirect us about Prop 123. I think that just changed.
Got it.
And I think
Personally.
I want to clarify because I do feel like there's been confusion. So the Prop 123 program is limited to legal lenders. So just to be clear, you are a legal lender, just not for this program. Or you never were a legal lender.
We are not, we're not a legal lending institution.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So we had every intention to apply for those funds, thinking that we could get them When IDF took over those lending responsibilities, which we wanted them to do for very specific reasons, what they do, they have the staff, they have the expertise. That took us out of that application process, but IDF was already in it and could stack their Prop 123 money onto the program of ours.
So you were going through the process of becoming a legal lender. The foundation was going to be a legal lender.
No,
Okay, so I guess, I mean, I'm just trying to understand. So
I can jump in. I can jump in if you want, because I did the application, so I can give you like the timeline. So we didn't realize when we started the Prop 123 application that we would be disqualified. We didn't realize that, nor did the person at DOLA that was helping me with the application realize that you had to be the lender of record. So we got a couple weeks into the application and we were told, I was told by my, by the person that works at DOLA who was helping me, that, oh, you guys, actually, you can't apply because you're not a mortgage company. You're not the lender of record. And I said, oh, well, we don't want to be the lender of record. We never have, which is why we've been working with the Impact Development Fund. And she said, well, they should apply. So I contacted them. They already had an application in for another program. Their application, which includes, it's not related to our down payment assistance program, but their geographic area covers San Miguel and Uray County. So by default, it sort of is related, but they added the Telluride Foundation's new down payment assistance program to their application. About 2 weeks before the decisions were made, they were contacted by DOLA and said that their application was pulled. And the reason it was pulled is because they're already funded by the Division of Housing. And this program that they already have was set to expire on June 1st of 2025. Instead of allowing them to continue with their Prop 123 funding, they told them they were going to extend that funding till the end of 2026. That funding, you could call it, it's DOLA funding, call it Prop 123, call it Division of Housing, whatever it is, it's DOLA funding, and it provides up to $25,000 in down payment assistance per family. So to your idea before about, well, we would like to stack our money on top of state funding, you could say, we only want our town money to go to families that qualify for the Department of Housing money, which would be 25 from them, and it could be 25 from the town of Telluride. So to Jason's point, this is very complicated. And, I sort of think of that as our job to take all these different sources of funding and put it together to best serve the family that's applying. And I wanted to just also add, when you guys were talking about collaboration, we obviously really appreciate everything the town does. I think the reason why what the town of Mountain Village decided to do was to expand their YES program, felt like it was very much supporting our efforts, is because the YES program is down payment assistance. And that's what we're doing, down payment assistance. We also have an initiative that build houses, but this particular initiative is down payment assistance. And that's what the YES program is. So in order to qualify to get access to our funding, the home has to be deed restricted. So if somebody came to us and wanted to buy a free market condo out on the valley floor for $600,000, we would have had to figure out a way to deed restrict that condo. So the Mountain Village expanding their YES program just sort of took that sort of aspect of our program off our plate. If a $650,000 condo in the valley floor now wants to access down payment assistance, they're going to tap into the YES program, not our program. So again, we just felt it was a way for us to stretch our dollars. It's the same thing. You're still providing the family with down payment assistance, whether it's a loan from us or cash from the Mountain Village. It's still helping you get into your home. Does that make sense? So that's why we felt like it was very much supporting our down payment assistance efforts, not increasing inventory or not building new homes, but increasing down payment for people.
So are you part of the YES program now specifically? And is the Mountain Village part of your program specifically?
Nope, it's their own program. All we're going to do is help promote it. And when people come to us and ask us for help, that they need help buying a home, if it's a free market home and it's in the R1 or the R2 school district, it'll go to the Mountain Village program.
So our website interface will have all the housing opportunities, our program and others, and we will promote the YES program. And, once we find the right candidate for the specific scenario, we guide them to that. It's either our down payment assistance, it's either the YES program, it's some combination of the two. So we're trying to be a clearinghouse for all of the opportunities to support down payment assistance and workforce housing. Mayor, I could see the same scenario where we could do that with the town.
I just feel like if we build a condo building and then put a subsidy of $175,000 per unit, which is the way we look at it, that is somehow doesn't count as down payment assistance when it's like waiving that. So I'm having a hard time just seeing it's us perspective and a packaging and a marketing thing at this point. I'm happy to do more if that feels like it's,
Yeah, see,
but like,
I think there's a way for us to do it, but the problem was we weren't told there was a different way to do things. And then we found out after the fact, and now it's even more clear that the Mountain Village really isn't a part of this program. They just expanded an existing part of their program to be a team player. And we weren't given that opportunity.
We also didn't ask for it or pursue it in that same
We,
way.
we were told
For
at the
whatever
end,
we didn't do that.
we were told at the last meeting, pretty much take the program or leave it. You can go back into the minutes. It's not verbatim, but that was pretty much what we were told.
It sounds like today we're being given different opportunity that we could sit down with the foundation to come up with our own.
So back to what I was suggested 15 minutes ago, it looks like we're back to no motion to approve. That doesn't shut the door on it. It says no motion, and in our packet, it says no motion was made to approve the draft MOU. Staff will revisit the proposal based on council discussion and direction. Unless someone wants to make a motion to the opposite, we have that right as well, but it doesn't sound like one or two is going to get very far.
No.
Okay, so no motion and no specific direction for staff at this time, but we can ask the foundation to give us an update on the program. We can look to revisit. Do you have any additional direction for staff?
I would like us all to continue this conversation and work on making sure that we align all of our regional housing programs so that they work together and complement each other. So I don't know that that's specific direction, but I do think that that's really important for us all to continue to focus and work towards, or focus on and work towards.
And I would definitely support working with the foundation in an alternate program, given the time and seeing what another government has done.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you, Council.
That brings us to action item 9C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed-restricted real property known as Entrada Unit J. And sitting patiently in the back of the room was Ally Slayton.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Mayor. I think all of you are very familiar with this item by now. I think it's been on every agenda for the last 3 or 4 months. So we started, just a refresher as to where we are. The town repurchased both of these units at Entrada. This is for both items agenda C and D. The town repurchased these units and decided that with THA, it wanted to remove the deed restrictions and therefore remove these units from the guidelines program. However, upon the next sale, they are going to be re-deed restricted and placed in the town employee unit program. So as you are well aware, in order for the town to dispose of property, there must be an ordinance, which does require 2 readings. This is just a continuation of that process. This would be the first reading and introduction of an ordinance to authorize that sale for each one of these units. And at the next meeting, we will then bring forward the ordinance itself for approval. Just as an update, 2 qualified and interested households have been identified for purchase of each one of these units. We are not under contract with either household yet, but that is anticipated to occur here within the next month.
Great. Ally, thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Ally? Seeing no questions and the fact that this is an action item, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, do we have any hands raised? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Entrada Unit J and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on April 29th, 2025.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That takes us to action item 9D. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit L. And Ally remains in the hot seat.
Exact same spiel for that unit. It's just a couple of doors down, but the exact same process. We are withdrawing it from the guidelines program under direction of both THA and the town as beneficiaries under the deed restriction and going to resell them to qualified town employees under a different deed restriction. And similarly, it will be price capped. So I know that's very important for everyone. So there will still be qualification criteria, but it's different from the guidelines. Unit will remain price capped.
Great. Thank you very much, Ally. Any questions for Ally? Seeing none and considering this is an action item, is there anyone in the room for comment on agenda item 9D? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online?
No.
Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council, I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Entrada Unit L and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading, the same to be held on April 29th, 2025.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ally, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll see you with the ordinance next month.
Great.
End of this month.
That brings us to agenda item 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. I'm going to skip over to number 12, Telluride Housing Authority, and there are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. That brings us, unfortunately, 1 hour and 15 minutes late to our administrative reports, and we will start with 11A and the manager's report.
I'm grateful for all staff for being on their edge of their seats today and ready to go over the manager's report. I'll start with my report and be very high level, and then we're going to go to individual updates, which we have staff in the audience for. Quickly, Town of Telluride Merchant Meeting. The town is going to host its second bi-monthly Telluride Merchant Meeting on Tuesday, April 8th to discuss various topics, including single-use plastics, ordinance, wayfinding, and more. The next meeting will be taking place again Tuesday, April 8th at 1 p.m. More information at bit.ly/TOT Merchant MTGS, short for meetings. And we do understand that that's during spring break for some, but there is a online Zoom option. And again, we're just keeping a regular cadence. So thanks everyone for that. The gondola station planning. So this is a call out, but I'm going to mention it right now. We had our pop-up for the gondola station planning, and it was very well attended. We have had about over 100 participants, which in my mind is just bananas, but I'm so grateful for all of the constituents, residents, business owners that came out for that. And we will continue that engagement process after the break and into the summer. But they provided valuable input on potential station improvements, engaging in meaningful discussions with town staff and project planners. So again, thank you for that feedback. LIF 7 neighborhood planning. We are going to re-engage the community for our LIF 7 neighborhood planning project as it continues to gain momentum with targeted stakeholder meetings scheduled for Thursday, April 3rd to explore key themes shaping the area's future. So we have a 9 a.m. discussion that will focus on land, history, and character, while a 10:30 a.m. session will cover housing, sustainability, and recreation. This will bring a presentation with guided Q&A to reintroduce the project and kick off planning again. Again, we know this is coming closer to spring break, but there is a Zoom option. This was for targeted stakeholders, but we never want to limit it. So we have publicized it to the community, so all are welcome. And we are thankful for everyone and that feedback. Wildfire preparedness, I will have Lindsay come up here in a little bit to give a little bit more detail on that. Darren will cover our climate action plan here in a moment. For our housing development, I'm not going to go through all of our projects, but the Canyonlands Tower House public-private partnership, I will correct this in future managers' reports. The project consists of exactly 28 rental units, 8 for sale deed restricted housing units, and 3 free market units, aimed for increasing workforce housing opportunities through a public-private partnership. We are going to look to engage our update our website with current information so people can follow along with that a little bit more. Virginia Placer phases 2A and 2B. We're still, we're just working through that right now that we have all the value engineering, and we don't have a completion date for that one quite yet. And as we discussed, Lot L is part of our Southwest Area Conceptual Plan project, which obviously includes Chair 7 and Car Hinge. And that engagement opportunity that I mentioned also is going to include Lot L. And so we'll be discussing that here in the future as well. All right. And then for building and planning, Kristen's going to give an update on the comprehensive plan, but also just for you to note, the HARC committee held a strategic planning retreat on February 20th, followed by a full day interactive training with a facilitator, Nori Winter, on March 20th. And the Planning and Zoning Commission is scheduled to hold its strategic planning retreat and training on May 6th. So there's a lot of work being done there. Public Works, Streets and Utilities. And you saw a picture within the packet, but the Colorado Accessibility Ramp Project is set to begin construction at the intersection of Colorado and Pine on May 5th. The contractor will engage directly with affected businesses before construction starts. Work on each intersection along Colorado from Aspen to Alder will be finished before proceeding to the next one. An updated construction schedule will be made available online as soon as it becomes available. Main Street parking pilot test. Public Works will implement a pilot test for angled parking on the north side of Colorado Avenue between Aspen and Davis, and parallel parking on the south side. There is not enough room to angle park on both sides of Colorado to accommodate snow storage in the winter, but angle parking on the north side will add approximately 14 additional parking spaces. So we're going to pilot that. Regional wastewater treatment plant, sanitary sewer collection systems improvements. CNL will start the sewer main CCTV and cleaning in mid-April to prepare for the pipelining project. And then just one other note from Parks and Rec, a section of the river trail upstream of a large beaver dam on the San Miguel River east of Pine Street Bridge was closed on Friday due to unstable ground and tree safety concerns. The rising water levels associated with the dam and beaver activity in the river and adjacent wetlands is compromising this section of the river trail and several large spruce trees in this area. As a result, Parks will be coordinating hazard tree removal along the river trail, removal of the beaver dam and fence in the San Miguel River during the week of April 14th, tree and vegetation protection along the River Park corridor, and addressing the wetland water levels, flow management for implementation at the same time as the San Miguel River dam removal. And of course, river trail stabilization and reconstruction options. Removal of potentially 5 hazardous trees may start as early as tomorrow. So there is that updates. So with that, I will pass it over to staff, and Delaney, I'll have you come up.
Great.
I don't think anybody has a short one. And I'm going to proactively share my screen and share the Sunnyside Apartment AMI and rent table.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Delaney.
Thanks for having me. The memo was very verbose, and so I'm very grateful to Zoe for putting it into a more easily digestible table for you to look at, which I handed out prior to the lunch break for all of you, just to give you the short and simple numbers. This update is primarily just intended to be our rental housing policies implementation update, which we said we would provide. And this is an interesting timing for us because, as you will see in the table and in the memo that was provided, we have, at our last count, I think we have 40, but that may not include the boarding house renewals. We have May 1st, approximately 40 renewals, which is a lot for us all at one time. The only other time we're going to probably see that is in the September, October range of time, where we have dozens of renewals at the same time. I guess I would pose for questions.
Are there any questions for Delaney?
Have you been meeting with everyone prior to their lease renewal, in order to make sure that they understand the new policies and the ways that they could reduce their rent appropriately if they choose to select those programs?
We are doing our best to meet with everybody. We have had some requests that come 6 or more months in advance, and we are asking those folks to be patient with us as we try to meet with the people whose renewals are more imminent. We, after this round with these, the large number of May renewals, we are opening that up to a few people who have expressed a little more anxiety over what it could look like for them. But we are doing our best. We can't force anyone to meet with us. We have had some folks not schedule meetings with us. We're not sure why necessarily. We have some people now asking for meetings after the fact when they had renewal packets due and didn't turn them in by the deadline.
We just heard during public comments from a number of people at Sunnyside. So I just wanted to make sure that all of those individuals had had the opportunity to schedule a meeting.
Of the people who came and spoke today, so it gets a little weird. As soon as the policies were adopted or just before they were adopted, we prematurely met with a couple of folks who spoke today, but they in fact are not in a renewal period yet and have not scheduled a more recent meeting with us. And if people haven't scheduled a meeting with us, we're not sure how they know what their rent would be unless they're just very good at their finances and know what their deductions are and are calculating those themselves. But I would say that the majority of the people who spoke today have not met with us recently. One is scheduled for tomorrow. And one did definitely meet with us. I met with him last Friday.
I will also interject just for council's education that staff is working hard to update all of our websites, but most importantly, we've created a rental housing calculator. So while it's still most beneficial to meet with staff to really go over deductions and all of that opportunity, very high level, they can look at what their rent may be by playing around with a lot of different numbers in the rental housing calculator that will be on the website.
And on that note with the deductions, I think that having that personal touch with our office staff is very important. Most of the people who have come in who are looking to utilize deductions are, I think, we're helping them think outside the box. For example, I wear eyeglasses. I have prescription sunglasses. Out of pocket, I spend in excess of $1,000 a year on glasses. That is a necessary medical expense, and we are considering things like that. And I think having that conversation with us this first year especially is very helpful for people to say, oh, well, what about this? And then we can help talk them through that. But the rent calculator is going to give people this opportunity to go in themselves, plug in what they do know, and then come more informed to our meeting.
Any other questions, Ashley?
I have just 2 questions. The first one is, thanks for the spreadsheet with the numbers. My brain likes this better. Shandoka, we have that there's going to be 9 renewals anticipated for May, and that it looks like there's a projection out for what the anticipated renewals, if it will resort in an increase in rent or a decrease in rent. Sunnyside has a significant number of renewals in May. It has 13. So far, there's been 6. So it's a very significant, but there's no projection on how many of those are going to be increased or decreased. Do you know, or is that not in there because you don't know?
The reason we were able to anticipate the Shandoka ones specifically was because we actually received the renewal packets from almost all of those renewal applicants, and we had it on paper. It was already reviewed. The Sunnyside applications, we have not yet received. I think we have one out of the 13 that's been fully reviewed. And I do want to note, if you remember, Sunnyside as a property, the lowest tier rent available going forward is tier C. It's very unlikely that anyone is going to see a rent decrease at Sunnyside due to that fact. There could be an outlier if somebody's in tier 2 and had an event where they didn't work as many hours or they changed jobs or something happened, but it will be a surprise if we see any rent decreases at Sunnyside. On that same tangent, I do want to point out that of the 6 renewals that have already occurred, 3 of those renewals would have gone into tier 2 rent who were not already tier 2 rent, and their rent would have been, sorry, I had the exact number and I forgot. It's somewhere between $12 and $15 more than what they're paying at tier C.
So just so that people understand, so that means that under the previous rules, that the 3 of the 6 people who saw rent increases actually would have seen a larger rent increase under the previous set of policies versus what the policies now say.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, $12 to $15, but
still,
yeah.
My other question was, just to address the comments that we heard today, from, a lot of Sunnyside residents regarding their rents going up, which, I definitely sympathize with that. I want to just clarify, because a lot of them were talking about being able to save. We do, as part of our policies, have the program to put the money towards a home purchase, that goes against your income amount, correct? I just want to, that part of the policy is still
Yes.
good.
To clarify, it is a very specific type of savings account that council allowed for, which is a first-time homebuyer savings account. You cannot use the monies for anything else. We have had requests from people who are just putting money in a savings account that they say they want to use it for X, Y, or Z, and we're not allowing that. Other places it can be put, just for people who are listening, I hope, from all of our properties, is educational funds. So if you have kids, you can put it into a 529 or similar for educational savings. I don't know if you can put money in there. We have a few tenants who've mentioned to us they want to go back to school for a master's degree. I don't know if there's a specific fund, honestly, for adults to put in a same kind of thing, but if there is, we would accept that as well.
Question about the savings account for home buyers. It's only first-time home buyers. So if somebody's bought a house before and is in one of our units, it doesn't.
I don't know
for
enough about, sorry, I don't know enough about the state program per se. However, it's my understanding that you re-qualify as a first-time home buyer if you have not owned property within a certain period of time. I'm looking at the mayor to see if he knows about that. I feel like it's 3 years. If you owned a home and you sold it and you haven't been in an ownership pool for a number of years, I think it's 3. You can re-qualify, I think, as a first-time home buyer in certain markets.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends.
Well, the savings account with the bank is maybe different than qualifying for, I don't know.
For like car.
First-time home
Right.
buyers.
Yeah, like for tar, they'll
Totally different.
they'll like if the husband bought a house and the wife didn't, tar would take that into consideration and probably still give you some money. That was the policy it used to be. If, depending on what the other circumstances are, they may decide to give you just a teeny bit, even if you bought it in different circumstances, but that's just, they
That's
get to
not
make up
what
their own
we're,
rules. That's
we're
right.
going by deposits into this specific kind of account.
It'd be nice to get clarification on that so that we can pass the information along to our renters.
Okay.
If we're giving it as an option, and it sounded like people, which I understandably get, are concerned about being able to save to someday purchase a home. I just want to make sure that we can give them or at least give them baseline information. I don't expect everyone to be experts, but I would hope that we would be able to.
For people
have that.
listening who are curious, it's called an FHSA, a first-time homebuyer savings account. And you can open one at a bank.
I believe you can actually also designate accounts you already have open as
Correct.
as an FHSA account.
It just will limit what they can be.
Yes, correct.
Well, yeah, probably with a tax application.
And
That I don't know.
another thing that came up was like putting money away towards retirement. And can you just remind me if that is a deductible expense?
Yes.
Okay, so then, because that was something that was specifically called out a couple of
Yeah.
times, so. I mean, it's hard because I also empathize a lot with what all the feedback was, but so much thought went into these policies to account for a lot of the concerns that were brought to us. So it's, yeah.
The last update you had given us, you had said there was a number of interested parties for the remaining units in Voodoo. I believe those units, or at least one of them, is still not full. Can you give your perspective as to why?
There is a 3-bedroom that is still available. We have averaged reviewing 1 application a week for the past 3 or 4 weeks. 2 of those households are over income for the state income cap. I honestly don't know how to answer that question, unfortunately. It seemed like I know for a fact we had 5 interested parties. Only 3 of those seemed to follow through over the past few weeks. And I don't know. It's a beautiful unit. And we are expecting another application by the end of this week. I do not believe that household will be over income. We won't know until we get all of the pieces.
Have all the interested parties been 3 or more income households that have been interested in that 3-bedroom?
Two of them have been 3 income households. One was a 2-income household.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Delaney?
Can I make one comment?
Sure.
I did want to point out that in Shandoka, we are having a lot of grateful tenants come into their meetings. People whose rent is going down, who have been very rent burdened, even at the previous prices, are very grateful. I just want to give that other side of the story to all of you. So.
Yeah, because half of
Thank you.
the 30 renewals that have happened so far this year, half of them saw a decrease in their rent, which is, I'm glad to hear that.
I feel like going into this discussion, I have had in my head the 60% and 40%, as 40% were going to see rent go down. I know people have been moving out and in and transferring, so that's sort of adjusting, but is it about, we're seeing it's about 50-50 right now overall?
Sorry, are you saying 60-40 based on the 57% who were over income?
Yes.
So it's not that cut and dry necessarily, especially at Shandoka, because the prices for the rents before ranged from 52% up to 73% AMI, if you had equated it to AMI. So some folks' rent is staying right about the same or having a 3% to 7% increase. So it's still an increase, but it's not a very large increase for some folks. So that 60-40 is kind of a hard, I don't think 40% will be getting decreases.
Okay. But many people are, and that's good.
They're very grateful.
Any other questions for Delaney before we let her go? Delaney, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate the discussion. That brings us to 11A2 and the Climate Action Plan update. And Darren is here for that.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me. I'm going to be pretty brief today, but I am excited for the chance to kind of ping the Climate Action Plan dashboard on a regular basis. So I do quarterly updates to our progress on all of the different action items in the 2022 Climate Action Plan. So I don't believe there's a link in the actual manager's report right now, but that is on the town website. And for anyone listening, in the public or otherwise, it's always exciting for me if people get in touch about something in the climate action plan and have input or want to, get involved or anything like that. So
And the link quickly, Darren,
yes.
is bit.ly/TOT climate action.
There we go. Sorry. And just for a couple quick numbers, some things in the climate action plan are quite hard for me to quantify, like advocate on the state and regional level for certain kinds of policy. That's sort of hard for me to quantify. I do my best, and it's I think kind of a cool thing is the focus area where we have the highest percentage of progress is on municipal operations. So I think I'm grateful to all the different staff and different departments and divisions who are doing things like electrifying the fleet. Just call out Parks and Rec, Community Services, Public Works, including the Transit Division, are all doing a lot of work getting electrified or otherwise non-emitting vehicles. As hopefully everyone knows, we have an electric galloping goose now, which is performing quite well so far. And that's just one example. So I do want to call out, as I do anytime I get a chance to talk about this in public, that unlike many communities around the nation, our biggest sector of emissions is from buildings energy. So 58% was what the GHG inventory showed in that climate action plan. So just to give a really quick idea of what I and lots of teamwork, what we are working on for this coming year and things we'll probably be bringing to you to consider in sort of work session settings to get some direction, really focusing in on that building and energy focus area, and then also on materials and consumption. So just to sort of put some things on the radar. Several strategies in the climate action plan look for things like electrifying buildings or for things like energy use disclosures. And I've been doing a lot of research, talking to counterparts and colleagues in other towns and doing research outside of the state as well. So one thing I wanted to call out is that I've been doing a lot of looking into building benchmarking programs that kind of I would say in-state examples of those are happening in Aspen and Boulder, for example, looking into how something like that could or could not be viable for our community and what that might look like. And that would be sort of advancing several of the strategies in the buildings and energy sector of the climate action plan, working with folks here from the legal department and from, let me see if I can say it correctly, Historic Preservation Planning and Buildings Department, to make sure that we are incorporating the practical side of implementation and enforcement and how things would actually work. So that is something that we will probably be coming back for direction on in this year. A lot of opportunity there. And just one quick note of background on that is talking with staff from other communities who have been sort of trying these leading edge strategies on buildings, energy. It seems like a benchmarking and then building performance standard kind of combo approach is working in some instances. So that is definitely something I'm spending time and effort on, like I said, with other staff here. There also is a potential Colorado Energy Office grant opportunity that could help with that. That's going to be coming up in this summer. So definitely following that. On a similar note, we've been working on applications to get some progress started on initial scoping studies and submitted a grant yesterday, actually, also to the Energy Office, looking for help getting some geothermal feasibility studies started. And specifically in that application, calling out where we have impending development to see if that is something that we could plan in an effective way and make the timelines work, hopefully, for planning on that. We were accepted into this Department of Energy and National Renewable Energy Lab program called Energy to Communities to try to get some free assistance on that, some free expertise, which is always nice. And then the last thing I will specifically call out here today on the buildings focus area is we have been working in this regional code cohort that is grant funded and coordinated by Eco Action Partners on the 2024 IECC building code. And there will be opportunity to implement Telluride specific amendments to that code, things that will make it work best for our community. And again, coordinating with building staff, and we'll be bringing that to a work session at some point in this year as well. And then just quickly on the materials and consumption point of view, we are looking at several things related to plastics. One will be for lack of a quicker term, the bag fee. Ours was sort of out there in front of the state one, and there's a slight difference in the way the remitting procedure works. So we're going to be looking at that, and then also potentially making the amount match that in Mountain Village, just kind of for practical regional reasons. And then an interesting and exciting opportunity, having mentioned the town of Mountain Village, my counterpart up there, she and I have a great working relationship, and we are collaborating to explore the potential for a reusable takeout container program. So maybe something where there are several private sector entities doing this kind of thing now. If anyone's been to Rides and Vibes in Grand Junction, I know that they used the reusable cups for the first time a couple summers ago at that for all the beer tents, and that was kind of a cool program. So that's something we're exploring early stages, but I wanted to put that on the radar because that type of action is actually specifically called out in the Climate Action Plan too. And it might be something where the economy of scale of the two towns might be necessary potentially to make that work, or practically. And again, something we will definitely, if it gets to that point, we'll come with a lot more detail and get some direction on if we get to that point. And then something I know that a lot of folks and businesses in town have interest in is the plastic film recycling efforts. There is a regional effort that's been kicked off by a state grant, and it's a pretty cool program that they've partnered with a trucking business out of Pueblo that's been driving routes where they return back to the Front Range from the western slope with empty semis, and they've decided that maybe hauling some plastic back to someone who then wants to process it could be a cool kind of circular system. So we're working on identifying and implementing some collection locations. I know I'll probably get lots of phone calls and emails about this, and I'm happy to get those. We're not announcing that location or process yet because we don't have it all set up, but we will probably have a load going out of town this week that is just from previously stored up plastic film that we happen to know where it is, and some we've collected internally as well. So that's my sort of quick overview. This is not like the big dive into the CAP update that I will do on an annual basis, but wanted to keep you all abreast, and just knowing that some of these things would be language that you'll have a chance to kind of give us direction on, and programs that you will have a chance to give us direction on, and where they go, if they go. And yeah, so that's sort of my update for now.
Awesome. Darren, thank you very much. I see some hands raised. So questions for Darren, starting with Ashley.
Thanks for the update.
Yeah.
I'm excited to definitely hear more about all of these programs. The geothermal stuff is always super interesting, especially as the town is starting to look at future developments in the area. So I think that would be exciting to explore. I would also just like to remind you and everyone else that, during our big festivals, we have a lot of people that come. There's a lot of trash that is generated from those. So perhaps looking not only at like a reusable takeout container situation, maybe seeing if that's something that festivals could be interested in joining as well. That's another kind of economy of scale that if you have these, tens of thousands of people, that might be a good way for these businesses, if they're going to be in the private sector or the public sector, to kick off, pilot programs or whatever. So just throwing that out there. And then in that same vein, you were talking about plastic film recycling. I know that is something that has been an obstacle for a lot of, recycling enthusiasts. I know that like at the various festivals that I've worked at over the years, there's an appetite to do it, and there hasn't been a really like efficient way to actually have those materials get recycled. So again, just reiterating that, reaching out maybe to some of these festivals and their L&T Leave No Trace initiatives, that they might be a good way to help pilot some of these and get some large amounts of trash from going just into landfills.
Yeah, thank you. I love that. And I think that I already have one contact at a major organization that works in town that I had in mind to talk to about this. And actually have already emailed too, but we haven't met yet on it because I do get excited to think about those large concentrations and is there a large impact that can be made, and also the way that has a sort of word of mouth effect by the people who might be in town for a festival and see a program like this maybe that they've never seen before, and then they can take that back to wherever as well. So yeah, I appreciate that input, and definitely we'll do some work and see where we can get that implemented. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if you said this and I missed it, but do we have any leads on more EV charging stations? I've had a few people ask me about that.
Go ahead, Darren.
Yes,
Your
yes.
show.
Yeah, so we are looking at hopefully pretty soon trying to get on the actual construction install schedule for a vendor. We have essentially, if I could provide a super quick background, with the Silverjack chargers being taken out of service, I was sort of given the task of where can we most quickly get at least that many level 2s replaced. And so the search went to sort of where are there transformers with capacity remaining near to parking. So where we came down, and there was sort of a whole town staff team, including marshals, program director, manager's office, Public Works, and settled on there's one transformer each in the right of way, which is really helpful by the North Spruce and South Spruce Street parklets. So the parking spaces there were sort of chosen as ones to convert to EV charging, like public EV charging parking spaces. So, and this is a good opportunity to plug. Hopefully Lindsay won't. We did adopt a fee structure for our public EV charging that will be in place when those go online. So that might be, probably won't be new to EV users who have charged in other municipalities, but will be new here. I'm happy to talk about that at some other time, or
And we, meaning council, during our budget process, adopted this fee schedule.
But yeah, so there will be, short answer, 6 new level 2s. Hopefully work will start within this month. There's, ground thawing and permitting, and we're trying to coordinate with some more internal EV charging that will be installed at Public Works. Like I mentioned earlier, they're doing a lot of adoption over there, which is cool. Trying to reduce mobilization costs by having the 2 projects done at the same time. So
awesome. Dan?
Yeah, not to go too far off topic, but since it was brought up on the Silverjack parking EVs that were removed, my recollection is that was in response to some national news stories about some EV charging.
It was out of a recommendation from our fire district,
Yeah.
which was in reaction to what you were saying.
Thank you
Yep.
for that clarity. I would have appetite to re-exploring that, because the data I see does not show that there is that internal combustion engines provide more of a fire danger than EV charging infrastructure. And, there is always some risk with everything we do. So it is an impossible task to eliminate all risk. So I'm not saying firmly one way or another, but I feel like that was a bit of a reflexive response. And I would like to see some hard data, whether or not that should still be the direction we take. Because as Darren has somewhat noted, locations for EV infrastructure in our town are quite limited. And if we take all of those off the table, that limits our possibilities even more, especially for a place that is covered away from the elements and accessible year round. I think that there is value in re-exploring that. Thank you.
And so is it all right if I just add one?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So one thing that is really helpful along those lines is the fire district has put language to the recommendations on that now. So in terms of anything new town would build, if that wants to be incorporated, or if we want to incorporate that, we have sort of written guidelines from the fire district of what they like to see, and sort of practically speaking, if the ability to remove a vehicle or something like that. So yeah, so there's some detail there that we can work with in the future too. So.
Great. Any other questions for Darren? Darren, thank you very
Yeah.
much. Great report.
Thank you.
Exciting stuff. That brings us to 11A3, comprehensive plan update. Thank you for waiting patiently.
I'm going to keep this very, very brief. I told town council that I would return on a monthly basis just to give you a brief update so that you would be in the loop on the comprehensive planning process. And so this is going to be a short one. And then ultimately, I'll be scheduling work sessions and opportunities for you to provide input to the consultants, et cetera. So very high level. I'll try to keep it to like 3 minutes or maybe 5, but that's it. So hang on one sec. Okay, oop, that didn't work. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go over a few background slides just for the members of the public who are tuned in so that everyone's on the same page. We are undertaking a year-long comprehensive plan update. The project is to develop a new comprehensive plan for the town of Telluride. The project timeframe began on March 1st and will extend through the end of February 2026. The project consultant that was selected through an extensive RFP process is Logan Simpson. The comprehensive plan will serve to define and guide the town of Telluride's future, with the recently adopted 2023 Telluride Community Vision and Action Plan, Community Vision Plan, serving as a starting point and resource for a more comprehensive analysis of existing conditions, constraints, challenges, and opportunities. And the comprehensive plan is the next step to direct policy, programs, and projects that align with the principles of livability and the core values described in the Community Vision Plan. Again, this is just very high level for the members of the public to just get a little bit up to speed. The comprehensive plan will outline a future consistent with the vision statement of the Community Vision Plan, which is a livable Telluride, will remain a sustainable, authentic, and connected community. We are a small mountain town that embraces and sustains its distinctive natural setting, advances its reputation for innovation and cultural heritage, and remains true to its roots as a livable and genuine community for future generations of residents, workers, and visitors. So thank you to everyone who participated in that visioning process that has led to this comprehensive plan. So very high level, there are 3 phases to the plan that will extend through the end of February and possibly a little bit into March, we will see in 2026. And so we're in phase 1 right now, which is the foundational piece. Within each of the 3 phases, the first phase is really the project initiation, developing a lot of the planning tools that will lead into the community engagement process, branding, et cetera, doing evaluations, collecting data, community profiles, and then later in this phase 1, listening sessions, trail talks, a town tour, drop-ins, hillside huddles, roundtables, lots of opportunity for community engagement. And then that will be finalized, and then we move into phase 2, during which there will be the vision refinement, townwide frameworks and priority analysis, peak perspectives and an immersion lab, and finalization of that phase 2. And finally, from November to February, the goal and strategy development, future land use plan, plan metrics, plan management metrics, draft plan development and community celebration, and then ultimately adoption of the draft of the comprehensive plan, and then the adoption hearings for the final and the transmittal. And so most of the planning process will take place in 2025, with the adoption pieces and hearings happening in early 2026. So here is your brief 1-slide update on progress. Here we go.
So we had our initial project meeting with Logan Simpson. Town manager and myself participated in that with their full team. And that was just an excellent opportunity to kick off and begin the planning process. We are holding weekly project meetings. These are in progress. I am the primary point for those, although depending on what the topics are, I will be bringing in the town manager, other staff members, key people to participate in those just weekly project planning meetings. Monthly updates to town council in progress as we speak. And here we are. Initial project update to Planning and Zoning Commission that took place at the most recent Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And it was a good discussion as well. And Planning and Zoning Commission members provided some initial insights from past comprehensive planning efforts and ideas for things we might want to make sure to consider as we move into this new planning process. The initial communications and outreach meeting has taken place where our communications manager, Lindsay, myself, and the point person for communications at Logan Simpson met. Now, a next step in that will be to develop a comprehensive community engagement communications outreach plan. Logan Simpson is point, but Lindsay and I will both be working very closely with them. Lindsay has provided the brand standards for Telluride, really making sure that all of the communications go through our channels like Engage Telluride, and more on that as we move into the details of that plan over the next year. So we're also developing a detailed project management plan and schedule. So we have the big picture now, but Logan Simpson is doing the deeper dive, and they'll be looking to our town manager and myself for input on that. And that will be inclusive of those engagement pieces and timing that works well for this community to make sure we engage as many people, as many stakeholders as possible in the process. I already mentioned the communications and engagement plan that's in progress. And then right now, we will be working to schedule a 4-day community engagement kickoff that will take place in May or June. I just received blocks of dates from the consultants, and so those will be sort of run first by Zoe, our town manager, to determine where the best windows are, and then each of our town groups, such as Planning and Zoning, HARC, committees, staff members, obviously town council will have a session when they're here on site, and there will be community roundtables, one-on-one interviews, a whole comprehensive initial kickoff engagement process with details are being developed currently and dates to be kind of polled and figured out between all groups, hopefully having a work session with you as part of their on-site work and some individual engagement as well. So I'm going to stop there for now. The next time I give an update, I'll do a deeper dive on some of these more detailed plans and engagement opportunities and be able to give you some dates. And I just want you to sort of be in touch and also have some of that momentum that you can carry forward into the community as we move this project forward. So we're in the early stages now. We'll be rolling out that community engagement piece later in May and in June. So thank you very much for letting me give you a brief update.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Great. Seeing none. Thank you for your time. Great presentation, and we're rolling on it. That's great.
Thanks.
That brings us to 11A4, wildfire preparedness update. And
Lindsay and I are speaking in eyes right now.
Okay, hi, everyone. So the county's emergency management team is heading our first update to the wildfire preparedness plan. The last publication was in 2009, if I'm remembering correctly from my notes. So it's a complete overhaul of the plan, which is going to take quite some time. So there are 10 steps kind of that they're rolling through that are going to involve a handful of different stakeholders. They're going to really analyze the entire plan from the ground up, and communications is step 10. And that includes a community engagement piece that will involve a lot of community information being disseminated. But we had our initial kickoff meeting 2 weeks ago, and there were about 150 to 170 attendees on that call. So regional stakeholders, various subject matter experts, and folks that were just interested in learning more. So this is going to continue moving forward. If you have any interest in learning more throughout the process, please don't hesitate to reach out. We'll keep you apprised of bigger public meetings as they come up. But this will be a major dive into what our wildfire preparedness looks like for the Box Canyon and beyond, countywide.
And is there any tandem efforts within just the town of Telluride? One of our open space commissioners recommended something just today for a change in our municipal or our land use code. So this effort is a regional effort, correct? Are we simultaneously or do we have any plans to undertake any town efforts for similar?
Yeah, so the municipal side of the work, as far as I'm understanding it, is going to have pockets of information that are specific to each of the municipalities. So if there's a wildfire in Telluride, we need to have specific actions to take for Telluride specifically that don't necessarily pertain to, say, the town of Norwood. So there will be some individual localized efforts within this larger effort. Right now, we're mapping what that's going to look like.
And I'll
But
just
yes,
add
great.
to address your question just a little bit further, Dan. The town is always looking through whether it's our historic preservation and planning team or sustainability team. If there is a land use code update or things like that, conversations to have for the work that we're doing for wildfire preparedness. But the county is the lead on when we talk about an emergency planning or communication strategy, and we play a part in that. So I think that addresses your question a little
I
bit more
think so,
specific.
yeah, but since it was literally raised
Yep.
today, it was on the mind and
Yep.
wanted to hear any thoughts.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for Lindsay? Lindsay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
And then Zoe, I know you gave brief kind of
I did.
about Pier 7 and Gondola. Do you have any more to add on A5 or A6?
I don't think so. I think I covered it. There's one other piece of the manager's report that we'd like to have an update. I think Kyle Beck is online, Tiffany, and wanted to give an update to council on a water update. And I'm going to share my screen again, I think. Let me turn that back.
Good afternoon, Town Council, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. This is Kyle Beck, Public Works Director, speaking with my Town of Telluride Water Department hat on today. I wanted to provide some context regarding a letter that will be distributed to the water users in our service area. And this is a similar letter that was sent out last year, which actually raised a lot of public concern regarding the quality of our drinking water. And so that's why I'm here today, just to provide some details around this letter. The upcoming letter is required by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE, due to a Tier 2 violation related to cross connections. And I'll kind of get into what that cross connection is and the tools that our town uses to prepare for this. And so cross contamination is a point where a clean water supply meets a potential source of contamination. And if not properly controlled, it can be harmful. It can allow harmful substances to enter into the drinking water system. And so what we have in town as a requirement for all the buildings is a backflow preventer. And so that allows that flow in one direction. And so an example of how this contamination could occur is we provide potable water to the property. And once it gets into the property, into the house, there's an opportunity for cross-contamination. And an example of this would be is someone putting up, a container of CRL, a chemical to help, the mineral deposits that stick on the head of the sink. And if you put that up against your sink and say you get low pressure by someone using a shower downstairs and flushing the toilet at the same time, it actually can vacuum that chemical back into the system. Similar to also where you could be filling up, let's say just a tub, a bucket that you have some chemicals in, and you bring down the head of the nozzle down, and same situation, someone flushes downstairs and it draws in that chemical into the house. Well, that backflow preventer eliminates that chemical from getting into the public system where it would just be contained within the property itself. And so that's what this letter is regarding. And in many homes and all commercial properties in Telluride, we have backflow prevention devices installed in the plumbing system aimed to safeguard the drinking water system. These devices ensure that the water flows in one direction only, thereby protecting the drinking water from potential contamination. As a property owner, where backflow devices are required, and those owners are responsible for ensuring that the backflow prevention devices are installed correctly, maintained, tested annually by a certified tester to help to meet the town's compliance. And so what happened is during the town state reporting period, an incident of backflow prevention of cross-contamination control program was observed, and several properties were not having their backflow assemblies inspected or approved. And then there were others that were having their backflow assemblies tested. They would fail and they were not getting them repaired. So the end of 2024, we literally had almost every one of our staff members for the wastewater and water department trying to reach out to all these residents so we could get in compliance with the state. And so unfortunately, we were unable to do that. We had several folks or several property owners that did comply and got their backflow assemblies tested. And there were others that had them tested, they failed, and they were not getting them repaired. And they were not allowing the plumbers to come in and fix it due to most of them were rental units. And so they didn't want to have those tested and the water shut off until a time that was convenient for them. And so unfortunately, that's kind of the situation we're in right now, where we got notified by the state that we had to send out this letter regarding not meeting that compliance. And then we landed up actually shutting the water off on some of these properties. And then finally, that's what allowed us to become incompliant, as they were required to switch out their backflow preventers, get them repaired or get them replaced. And so based on that we did get notified actually today by CDPHE that we are now officially off of the violation list, but we still have to send out these letters. So that's what this letter is regarding. Our water is safe to drink. This is just specific around the backflow prevention program that we're working on now, having a platform that's going to help us manage and send out letters to the property owners. And then again, just notifying that if we'll make several attempts to get those backflows tested, but ultimately we will be shutting water down if we aren't getting in compliance, because this is kind of the result. And just to keep the public safe, that's something we're going to commit to doing to make sure that we're in compliance. And so with that said, I ask that those with backflow assemblies that are required to test annually to help keep our system safe and continue to manage your private water supply, make sure you're testing annually, make sure that you're contracting testing companies that are approved to do those testing and to do the repairs if necessary and replacement. And then also just to make sure that when your system is tested, that information does get provided to the town's water department. That way we can submit that to the state to hopefully not see this letter again. So I appreciate your time on this topic. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great, Kyle. Thank you very much. Dan?
Is there anything that we as council can do to support this, Kyle, other than just helping inform the public?
Yeah, no, just with that, I think that helps. And I know there's going to be some folks that aren't listening in today. And if you hear anything about this letter, that's the last thing I want is people to think that they have to boil their water because of this letter that went out. This is really just it's a boilerplate template from CDPHE. We've worked trying to verbalize it to make it more specific so it doesn't seem like there's contaminated water, that this is just what could potentially happen if we're a non-compliant. And so we appreciate them in the background looking over our shoulders on this because it does help put some pressure on us. But yeah, as a community, I think if we can solve this from happening again, and just do your part, and appreciate any help you guys can provide by just spreading the word.
Thank you.
And so basically, Kyle, what's the easiest way for us to quantify it? Someone comes up to us and says, well, I got this letter, what is it? That they did a test and certain properties had the backflow preventers were defective. and is that there were no signs of a contamination, but we got to make sure our residents are diligent and in their backflow prevention system. Is that?
Exactly. We have numbers that we have to meet. So we have to have 90% of all the backflows have to be tested and that passed on to the state. And then if you have a backflow that's been tested and failed, you have a certain time frame to get it repaired. And so when we don't meet that, then we have to send out these letters. So yeah, it's just this letter is strictly dealing with that backflow and folks that were non-compliant. So if there's any additional questions in regards to assistance with this, or if checks on if their backflow was tested, they can reach out to our department. The letter has some contact information on it. More than happy to take those calls and try to help out where we can too within the department.
Great. Thank you, Kyle. Any questions for Kyle? Thanks for that update. That's great that we know about it in advance of hearing it from our locals. So we appreciate that. And then
Excellent.
Zoe, is that it for you?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. That brings us to 11B, attorney's report, off to Mr. Geiger.
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor, updating from 2 weeks ago. So status quo on a number of things. I think I did give you an update 2 weeks ago on a couple matters, but nothing additional right now.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. Then we will go into council reports. We'll start with Elena, if you have anything.
Yeah, I have a few. I'll be brief though. We had a HARC meeting and I just wanted to talk about two of the projects. One of them is the Main Street building next to the old Roma building. So that was approved. The most interesting parts of that conversation were about the overall building height, given that it's next to a one-story historic building. But based on the context of the block, the board decided to allow it to be kind of visibly a two-story building. But they did require that the third story was pushed back so that you can't see it from any sidewalk perspective. Those were kind of like the highlights of that. But that has now been approved. The other one is we saw an application for the tea house for the first time, the old yarn store, the Needle Rock.
House.
Yeah, so that's like my favorite building in town. So I'll be probably giving you too much detail, but the proposal seemed like a really thoughtful restoration. Some of the more interesting talking points were about kind of the placement of where the building was situated, and that because over the years with like pavement and first like gravel and then pavement on the road, that the main street is kind of like arched up and the ground has settled, so the building is below what they think the original situation compared to Main Street would be. So they're proposing to raise it about 2 feet, I think was the proposal, because they're saying it's settled 17 inches and they want to have a 6-inch bit of foundation above the ground level. So that had a lot of conversation around it. But I think they're really trying to restore it to its original glory. And the addition, it's so cute. And the addition on the back is barely visible from the road. It's just a really thoughtful approach. So, but I'll keep you posted because I love that house.
Awesome.
I also had a CAFE meeting. Just wanted to report that that CAFE got a $20,000 grant. A lot of that's going to I think all of it's going to the UNIDOS fund. So just letting everyone know that if you need any financial support through CAFE, there is a lot of money in the UNIDOS fund, and you should definitely apply if you need financial assistance. That's a pretty broad funding funds of what you can apply them for. So definitely reach out to someone with CAFE if you feel like that could help you. We are looking for a CAFE coordinator still, and we had a report from Ski for All about the way that they're able to support additional families, especially younger people, kids in ski programs. They're one of the newer nonprofits that received case funding. So that was a little bit of an overlap. And then the other note that I wanted to make is that Bright Futures is looking for English teachers, and Spanish fluency is not necessary. They provide you with a program, and some of the classes are actually for kind of intermediate English speakers. So there's already a base of English knowledge, so you don't need to be a fluent Spanish speaker to apply for those teaching positions. So please reach out to Bright Futures. And then I also went to PNC for the first time, which was really interesting. And I just had a couple of notes. Let me pull those up. Sorry. Okay, so we talked about the comprehensive planning process, which Kristen gave us a little overview on. But there were a few notes from some of the members, and I just wanted to bring those up. Let's see. There was a question about wanting to know the number of cars, EVs, and e-bikes, because based on a past planning process, past comprehensive plan, they didn't ask for, or they didn't account for the number of vehicles per person. And like back in the 80s, I think each person had 2.3 vehicles on average. And so that was something that wasn't accounted for. So they wanted to make sure that we get good data on what our needs are from the residents for cars, EVs, and e-bikes, as well as motorcycles, to account for that type of parking and storage. And then a big note was to make sure early childhood education and childcare is written into the next master plan, because it was missing from some of the previous plans that we've had, and also making sure that the immigrant and Latino population is accurately represented in the data that we use. Those were kind of the highlights. So that's all. Whoopee.
Awesome. Geneva?
Yes, we have tomorrow our next THA subcommittee meeting where we will be discussing our biennial review of the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. And I just quickly wanted to read through some of the topics so people kind of get an idea of what we're gonna be discussing. The last meeting we had, we discussed the following topics, but did not come to a conclusion, just sort of flagged them for future discussion. So some of those unresolved issues include definition of income, meaning non-traditional sources of income, depreciation, rental income, income for qualified retired people, and income variation policy. Like, should we be averaging the last 2 years of income rather than a single snapshot look back at 12 months? Some other topics we covered but didn't conclude were definition of presence required employment and remote clients, approval of changes to the definition of volunteer community service, discussions regarding paid time off and on-call hours, and how do we use those to contribute to employment standard needs of 1,400 hours. As well as how we want to treat trust interests for asset calculations. New issues that we're going to be talking about tomorrow, for the first, but certainly not last time probably, are resale options and whether the town wants to implement a new policy to assist current owners with selling their property when it's time to move on. Discussion regarding minimum standards for maximum sale price, including classification for radon mitigation. That's an issue that's sort of new that's been coming up, whether owners can use some of the radon mitigation fees to increase their maximum sale price. Some staff issues with identifying and enforcing maximum sale price standards. Other things to do with repair and professional inspections. We're going to talk about whether the seller can withdraw once a lottery procedure has begun. And the other ones are kind of wordy and don't make sense if I read them right now. So again, this is tomorrow THA subcommittee meeting. We start at 9 a.m. It's always the first regularly scheduled for the first Wednesday of the month. So if you're interested in these conversations, tomorrow is one meeting. The next one's going to be May 7th. then June 4th, then July 2nd, August 6th, September 3rd. And then September 9th, we're targeting bringing the new recommendation for adopting the new guidelines to town council. So we have all summer to participate in this process, and it's definitely in the weeds big time, but really important for us to hear from owners, their feedback on these potential changes or issues or things we can fix.
Awesome. Anything
Sorry, it's
else?
boring. No, nothing else. Thanks to everyone for working really hard this season, and hope to see everyone out at our many group celebrations like the Koto Street Dance and Community Night at the Opera House and all that kind of stuff. So happy closing week.
Thank you. Mia?
I actually do not have any council reports just based on calendar, so you're gonna hear a lot from me next meeting. So pass it over to Ashley.
There was a Parks and Rec meeting. Unfortunately, I was sick, so I missed the meeting. So I will just give you all the abridged minutes that have not yet been approved to kind of just give a rundown of what was discussed at the meeting. There was kind of probably the biggest thing, which we all got an email about, but I just want to say it for the public, was that there was a consideration and approval of a memorial garden along the river near Hemlock Street. So that's kind of something for us to look forward to hearing more about. That was approved with the final location, and any installment items needed to be reviewed and approved by the San Miguel Conservation Foundation for compliance with the conservation easement. And there was also, some discussion about making sure that any of the elements that were installed there were compatible with, high water levels along the river. And then also wanting to involve the Ute tribes for inputs on elements honoring Ute heritage. So that's kind of something cool and exciting for us to look forward to from Parks and Rec. And then there was a lot of requests for uses. The Augment Music Project for the Elks Park, for their free music series that they do in the summertime was approved. So look for that as well. Sheridan Arts Foundation for the use of the North Oak Park, which is right outside of the Sheridan Opera House, for their bar patio summer series. So check that out. That's going to be outside of the show bar this summer. Was also approved. One-to-one mentoring came forward and asked for use of the core area for a one-to-one family day on July 20th. That was also approved. And then the consideration for request by Confluence Events for non-exclusive use of the river trail for the Legacy Trail to the Gondola Plaza for some trail races. That was also approved. That's going to be on July 26th. And then there was a work session with Lindsay Mills regarding wayfinding, placemaking, and the signage project and how that's going to be utilized and reflected in the parks. So as we continue with our wayfinding projects all over town, we can look forward to seeing more of that coming down. And then there were staff reports. It looks like the tennis and pickleball court schedule was presented and proposed. It looks like they want to do an addition of drop-in pickle sessions on Thursday evening from 5:30 to 8:30. And that's it. There you go.
Awesome.
Read the minutes for you because I missed it.
And I'm good too.
There you go.
Thank you, Ashley. Dan, anything?
Not too much. There was a planning and zoning meeting, but it was largely to discuss the comprehensive plan, and we got the update from Kristen, so we don't really need to go there. And outside of that, I had an Eco Action Partners meeting. Quick note on that, since we are still on Kodo, there is an event at the library tonight sponsored by Eco Action Partners. It's a film screening called Hypocrite, revolving around skiing, climate change, action sports, etc. And there is a giveaway with that as well. It starts at 5:30 at the program room in the library. And there is some sweet Patagonia swag getting given away. So please go attend if you're looking for something to do on this snowy night tonight. Outside that, there was a number of program updates and financial updates. The big one I'll note is the CARE program, which is using funding for energy efficiency increases. So far this year, Eco Action Partners has assisted in 5 different homes that are complete, 4 in progress, and 3 that are still in the queue for it. So a lot of work being done for that. I believe there is some funding still available for that. So if you're looking for energy efficiency updates to your home, please reach out to Eco Action Partners or me, and I can help with that as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. A couple very quick things from me before we get into 11C1. The medical center site, Genesee property, I have a little bit of an update. The owner of the land is finally starting to get some feedback on their CDOT application for access. At first glance, it seems to be very workable concerns from CDOT. So very positive news for the community, I think. And it's positive enough that that's going to have Genesee as applicants start to prepare their final plat for San Miguel County for approval. So I think that's wonderful news. Airport board meeting, nothing too exciting. The hangar's well on its way, and they're going to start the conversations with the other airports, Aspen and Vail, about the sustainable fuel. Nothing else major there. Vending committee met for approvals for the summer. We had one more application than spaces, but it was pretty clear cut in terms of priorities to select, and encourage the one person who did not get selected to get their foot in the door by maybe doing some vending in Telluride Town Park around swim events, adult softball, kids events, things of that nature. That brings me to 11C1, discussion and feedback regarding town council attendance accountability standards. This is something that I wanted to discuss at least briefly to see if we wanted to prioritize in the future an agenda item work session about creating some type of attendance policy and ramifications for not attending. I spoke briefly with Kevin about that, and I'll let him talk a little bit about the process and just opening up that conversation in terms of attendance. And then I also know that we may want to discuss attendance policy at executive sessions as well, and just see if it's something we want to prioritize at a deeper level.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, you did give me a heads up, so I appreciated that, so I could be prepared a little bit to talk about this issue today for your benefit. And I know we've had some discussions about this in the past, so some of this is kind of re-engaging on the issue. You may remember when we had a discussion about compensation. I think at that point in time, you also thought about whether you should put in place some sort of an attendance policy and expectation. Maybe the compensation is reduced if attendance doesn't occur. You elected not to do that at that point in time. What I would say is the Home Rule Charter is pretty clear on a couple things. One is once a council member is elected, they serve a full 4-year term, subject to a couple of exceptions. One of the exceptions, and there's 5 in the charter, one of the exceptions is the constitutional provision of what's called a recall, and that's governed by Colorado constitutional provisions, and there also are companion statutory provisions on the same. So that's one area, and that's really the only formal area that Colorado law addresses. Your charter says also, and not surprisingly, that in 4 other instances, you could have a situation where there's a vacancy that has come up. I don't think we have any of those situations coming up with attendance. It's when the person dies, they become incapacitated, they resign, they cease to be a resident of the community. So those are the other 4 in addition to the recall that are in the charter. Absent that, there is no clear attendance policy nor an expectation for attendance that's set either in the charter or in your rules of procedure. You may remember your rules of procedure. Originally, we addressed remote participation during COVID. And then after the emergency declaration from COVID was rescinded in, I think, 2022, you then passed your own provision that allowed for some remaining remote participation. And you'll recall that that's limited to no more than 4 remote meetings in a year. And after that, you just can't participate remotely and vote. You can still be on the meeting. You can listen to the meeting. You just can't participate. And remember, remote could never involve executive session, nor could it involve quasi judicial proceedings. So like a rezoning of a property, you could not participate, or the appeal hearings that you had just recently on a couple things. You cannot have quasi judicial remote appearance, and that's in your policy, separate from the charter. So that's the background on this issue. You know, I have looked at just a couple of other jurisdictions. You may be familiar, Town of Mountain Village, they are right now considering making some amendments to their compensation package for council members and the mayor. And I understand that as a component of that, they were looking possibly at an attendance policy. At their last meeting, they elected to table that discussion. Right now, they're not taking it up. If you were to implement an attendance policy, it's my strong recommendation that really, because the Home Rule Charter lays out what is called the term of office, 4 years, unless one of those 5 disqualifying events happens, that if you're going to alter that, and this is separate from compensation. I think if you wanted to take an issue on compensation, you could do that through an ordinance procedure. But if you're going to make a consequence to the term of office for a council member that's been duly elected, separate and apart from the recall provisions that are available to citizens under the Colorado Constitution, if you're going to separately amend and try to have a consequence to the definition of a term of office based on an attendance or lack of attendance, then I think you should embed that specifically in your home rule charter. And just a reminder, your home rule charter requires an ordinance passed by town council, so 2 readings. And then that's not the final say. Home rule charter amendments have to be approved by the electorate. You do probably remember that we have a regular municipal election that's coming up on November 4th. So an ordinance work session in advance of that, then getting a ballot question for a regular municipal election that's already scheduled, it would not be onerous and you wouldn't be incurring any additional expense from the town of Telluride point of view, other than some of the printing costs that are associated with additional words on a ballot for, let's say, a charter amendment. But I don't perceive that that would be substantial.
Great.
So hopefully I've given you an overview on that issue.
Perfect.
Okay.
Because what I just want to see if there's any need for a discussion, if that's something we want to tackle to get on the ballot, table it, put it on the list for future conversation on an agenda that we can do a little bit less timely. I just wanted to get everyone's feedback on that. And
I'm happy to go for a home rule charter amendment. I think that we need to do something to prevent what has happened with this council, which is a largely absent council member, not having a odd number of votes, not having full input when we're making decisions. And I think that it's really hard in a small town where people have close community relations to take a big step like doing a recall. And certainly it should stay available, but I think that there should be some standards and more than what we have. And most people from the community that I have talked to about this issue are shocked that we don't have more requirements.
Last time we had this conversation, I had some hesitancy because I felt like there was processes in place to rectify the situation we sort of find ourselves in front of us for numerous reasons, and it's hard to pinpoint just one. It seems like that process hasn't rectified the problem, and I would certainly call it a problem at this point. So I'm open to exploring alternative measures to try and make sure that our town, who deserves representation and effort and showing up, actually happens, and that's just not happening from one member currently. Thank you.
thank you, Dan. Ashley, Mian, or Elena?
Yeah, you know, when we were talking about this, I was thinking about the attendance requirements that we have for our boards that we appoint. And I think it feels inconsistent that we don't require a certain amount of attendance from our council people who actually appoint those volunteer positions. So I would be in favor of exploring something. I have, you know, I've had a shorter time on council, so I wasn't part of the original conversation, but I think that you know, get we all get you know, to some degree paid and benefits to sit here and be part of this and show up and do our job. And I feel like if someone isn't doing their job, that feels unfair to our taxpayers who are essentially paying for us to here and supporting us in these positions.
Great, thank you. Anything else to add? I mean, it sounds like I should at least get it on the list for agendas and to start discussing a plan, and then we can determine a timeline.
Yeah, I do also want to just, I want to make sure that we do talk about attendance at executive sessions as well virtually.
Yeah,
So.
I'd love to talk about that next. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure I wrap this part.
Oh, I thought we were
up.
just doing like, we're just gonna like set it for
Yeah.
a bigger meeting. So I just want to make sure that was on there.
I'm not sure if they're together or separate, but I do
Okay.
agree with you on that. I just want to make sure this one topic gets kind of wrapped up because it's kind of bananas that we don't have one.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think that, you know, I'm a little apprehensive when we're talking about people that have been duly elected and like how far we want to extend, you know, controlling those persons that are elected to be representatives of their community. That being said, I think that they are elected to be representatives of their community. And if they're not participating, then by definition, they're not representing their community. So I think that I'm saddened and distressed that we have to have this conversation and that, you know, it's very obvious, you know, that we have a member who hasn't been participating the same way that the rest of us have. And I think that that's unfortunate because I think that her voice as an elected official was something that the community valued. And I think that when you aren't here being involved in the conversations, you're ultimately doing a disservice to your community. And so while I want us to be very mindful while we're making adjustments here, I think that there is a threshold and a point where you're no longer being the servant to your community that you were elected to be. And I think that there is definitely a line that can be drawn that, you know, we could agree upon that wouldn't be overreaching as long as we just keep that in our minds while we're going through this process.
And I will just
Great.
add, there are ample examples of many municipalities that have attendance policies that we could probably offer up. to
Bring
help.
those along,
Perfect.
that would be awesome.
Okay, great. I think we have direction on that. And I don't know if it's a similar discussion, but I don't know if they would be lumped together or be separate based on an action. But I know this was important to Mian to talk about executive session. We know there are other communities that do executive session and allow remote participation in terms of voting, and wanted to see if we wanted to discuss that. I'll just say right out of the gate, I would be in favor of having remote participation because I've seen it work with presenters at executive session. And why wouldn't that also then work for attendance?
I just want to clarify one thing. We don't vote in executive session.
I mean, not vote,
So it
sorry.
would just be
Participate.
be able to participate
Thank-
in executive session.
Thank you.
Well, and I think that, I mean, and the entire reason is that if we are able to participate in the meeting itself, it doesn't make sense to me that we wouldn't be participating in those executive sessions. Plus, I do believe that there is some valuable information that can get lost in the decision-making process when we are debating things publicly without that time. And I think the other component to it too is that, you know, in those executive sessions, I would like to look at potentially being able to bring in experts in whatever subject matter that we're discussing. So that way we are being able to be educated to the highest and best levels possible.
What was the original reason for drawing the line between?
Oh, I can tell you.
Okay.
I was going to say that, and then I forgot that that's what I was going to say. It was sort of to incentivize people to show up at the meetings themselves physically.
Well, that and there were times in the past where there were members of council who were not in the town of Telluride most of the time.
Okay.
And that didn't seem fair to be governing in a place you didn't live. And so it was some urgency for that.
And on that note, I support allowing remote participation in executive session, but I do want to maintain a cap on the number of remote participations within a year.
Great.
Oh.
Ashley,
that was exactly what I was gonna say, is that it feels like I feel like it's way more beneficial for us all to be in person and to be here as much as we can in person. Obviously, life happens and there's a variety of reasons why you might not be able to be in Telluride at every single meeting in a year. But I think having a cap that says you're allowed to do X number of participations remotely, and then after that, you need to be in person.
and Kevin, how would we make that change?
Yeah, I was going to present you a couple of options. So this, you may remember, this has all come up typically every 2 years when you have your organizational meeting following an election of council. So you come back with, it's about a 7-page document. And the last one you adopted was on October 28th, 2023. And it's called the Town of Telluride Council Rules for the Conduct of Meetings and General Business. And it goes all the way back to the early 2000s on this. So the policy has evolved. It evolved with COVID, and then it evolved back. But the clear provision was that for executive session and quasi-judicial executive sessions and quasi-judicial proceedings, that electronic participation would not be permitted. I also think there was another consideration, just I'll throw it out there, that how can I put this delicately? If someone's remote and participating electronically, the rest of the users have a really hard time understanding the security of that connection. So if it occurs in a public place, that would probably not be appropriate. If it occurs in a house that's shared with other people, how do you make sure that it's incumbent on that individual council member or the participant to make sure that they're in a secure location to preserve the integrity of the communication that occurs in executive session. So I think that was also a concern for kind of leading to this no remote after we got out of COVID. For in COVID, we had to have remote.
Yep.
We all knew that. We had meetings fully remote. So I think you can certainly alter that, and I know other jurisdictions have. It's your prerogative. These are your rules as town council. The other thing I would mention is I think if you're going to alter it, you probably need to be clear. Does the 4-meeting remote limit apply if the individual is only participating in the executive session? Does that count as one of their 4? Or you could say that's not going to count to one of the 4 that would then be precluding you from a further remote participation.
Are you saying that they call in just for remote in executive session and then that wouldn't count again? I mean,
Yeah.
You can do it any number of ways.
We can figure out the details. I'm not too worried about that. Dan?
No, we don't need to decide this right this moment, but Kevin, would there be any ability for us as council, say we go into an executive session, there's a clearly egregious example, somebody's in a busy coffee shop and we're discussing a highly sensitive matter. Would there be any remedy for the rest of council to say, you are clearly not being secure with this sensitive topic, we are not allowing your participation? Should we change the rules?
I think you should probably consider putting something in there. You also may want to put a requirement that maybe they have to be on video. So you can see if someone's over their shoulder, you get
That's
at
fair.
least a feel for the security of the transmission.
Maybe
I would have thought that was a given.
yeah. And we can all, could we all sign like some form of an affidavit or something that says if we agree to participate in remote, we are guaranteeing that we are in a secure location because the information is sensitive. I'd love to see at least some kind of being able to hold the feet to the fire. And if you're not, and it's recognized that you're not, that the mayor has the opportunity to ask you to step out of that meeting.
It's the same amount of trust that we put in people to not go talk about what we talk
What we
about
talk
in
about.
executive session out in the
Sure.
world.
Right.
Sure.
And
Okay.
you can get in as much trouble, which is real trouble.
but yeah, I think that something like simple things like video must be turned on. And then if at any point, any member of council in that executive session feels like that where they're participating is not secure, then
Yeah.
they
Call
can be
for a
asked to,
vote.
they can be asked to leave.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
a vote.
we can come up with the details. I just want to see what our appetite was for both of those items. Kevin, what's the process if we wanted to change that? Sounds like either we could you know, A, wait till after the election in November, or B, do something quicker. If you did something quicker, is that the ordinance, work session ordinance kind of thing, or you just
Yeah.
make?
I'm sorry. I didn't-
No, that's good. Yeah, you're good.
I think you do have two options. One is, do you want to wait until the organizational meeting, which would be late November after the election? This is not, I don't think this would be a complicated amendment. I'd want to pull some other changes. It's just by resolution, because that's all you did in November of 2023. When you passed these new rules, we could just do a simple red line on that issue. I'd want to come up with some language.
Yeah, take your time.
Obviously.
I think we would want to do it sooner than later. Is that
Okay.
fair for everyone?
I
So,
can try
and
to
not
start
wait?
The April meeting.
Yeah, I'm not saying next meeting, not wait till November, late November,
Got it.
based on your workload. One of the next two meetings. Is that good for everybody?
Yeah, I think that it's important for us to get it because we are going into an election year and I want oncoming council members, people that are considering running, to know that this is the expectation so that, you know, if, you know, new members are elected, when new members are elected, that they have a clear understanding of what the expectation of their time is.
Yeah. And one for sure, executive session, you can just give them the idea on an attendance record, because that would be on the same ballot, correct, Kevin? For attendance.
Yeah, the attendance
Go to the ballot.
the attendance requirement or the addition of an attendance
Because it's gonna be
policy
for removal.
does have to go to
Ballot.
through a home rule charter amendment to the ballot.
But the fact that we're discussing it is enough to let them know we're watching.
Yeah, this you can do, this amendment as to executive session participation remotely, we can do that through a resolution process. very
Attendance
quickly.
policies, we discuss it and then we would have to go to the ballot.
And that's just because it is going to potentially result
Mhm.
in people being removed from their office.
Or, and a home rule charter change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Is there any other comment on attendance? Great. Thank you for allowing me to bring that up. 11D, related organization reports. I'm hoping there are none. Excellent. Comment on payments. Provide those by email, please. That brings us to agenda item number 14, theoretically, adjournment. And I will adjourn this meeting by mutual consent. Thank you, everybody.